welcome back to this magnificent event, which is the Le Mans Classic. I'm Andrew Marriott, and I'm joined by Peter Snowden. Snowy is with me, and he's really up to speed with these Talbots because we have come in towards the end of this third race, and this car has dominated it all, hasn't it?
It certainly has, Andrew, and it's the third race for the Plateau 1 grid, one we haven't covered before. And it's quite extraordinary. These Talbot is quite extraordinary. These are these Talbot AV105s from 1934. Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett have been mixing and changing around on that one a little bit more. That there's only one of these cars in her. Michael Birch, who's just chosen at a perfect time to join us, is that the Michael Birch car is P3 at the moment. It's just done its pit stop. Pit window closes in 3 minutes 45 seconds. Bugatti Type 35 with Duncan Pittaway and Tim Dutton is leading at the moment. The Alfa Romeo 8C Monza 2300 of 1934 is its second-hand place with a Cook, and that's a car that won here. If that's the car I think it is, but certainly a 8C 23 Monza did win the Le Mans 24-hour race here in 1934. That's the car that's owned by Rob Kaufman. This is for Plateau 1. It's for the cars of the era 1923, which is the opening year of the inaugural year of Le Mans 24-hour race, up to 1931. So basically from the outset of it, right up to the cessation of activities on track, because we had slightly bigger activities going on the world stage, did we not? So we had 9 years of not running it.
We were expecting very much a British Talbot, because there's a British Talbot and there's a French Talbot. They're unconnected. The British Talbot 1-2 here, as we've had in 2018, the last time this event was run, and then we had it previously as well, them winning. But it's not happened like that, because there has been a bit of a problem, and the team run by John Rushton, we caught up with them this morning as we walked in, and a bit of a problem, and just advise on that.
Well, yeah, just usual sort of technical issues and things. You'd like to say we've had things like half shaft failures, we've had radiators out, whatever. But Michael Birch made it a lot easier for himself, a lot harder for himself actually, by sitting in the assembly area. I won't use the exact words he used, but they kept him waiting there for quite a while to his displeasure, shall we say. You get the general sort of gist of that. And because the car was overheating in the assembly area, it's got an electric fan. You can turn the switch on, you put the electric fan on, which he then forgot to turn off. During the race. So he did his first stint, and of course that's draining the battery to the point the car would barely restart. They managed to bump start it in the pits. They can do that. Off it goes. But it's got insufficient battery capacity to run the fuel pumps, so the car just petered out. No pun intended, probably around the lap. But I got from the body language and the tone he used, he was displeased with that outcome. Yes,
indeed. So, although on our timing screen, you'll see it says Birch and Burnett is Gareth Burnett. It's Michael's car that had the problem, and in fact they are sharing. The other is the reserve driver for the.
And just to rectify another wrong with Michael Birch there, we've used a phrase. He's got we thought it was a replica crash helmet. It's not. It's a genuine Rubens Barrichello 2004 crash helmet, which he's had. Bizarrely, Michael does do things slightly differently. Who do you think he's had signed that as an F1 driver? You think it would be Rubens Barrichello, wouldn't it?
Felipe Massa.
Yeah, you got Felipe Massa to sign it instead.
Because Felipe.
I'm sure there's a story involved in that that might involve a conversation of an evening, shall we say?
Yes. So
into twilight.
Anyway, we're cycling through pit stops at the moment, and we'll look out for the number 18 Talbot 1934 car, built in Paddington, in West London. Everybody knows Paddington Station and Paddington Bear, of course, and we are expecting to see that car go back to the front. But currently, as you say, British guys in the Bugatti, the much earlier 1925 Bugatti car was built just 2 years after this first ever Le Mans 23 hours. That's in the lead at the moment, but it's all changing around, so just let it settle down a little bit, I think. But we've got lots of Bentleys, of course, in the 20s, winning this race. What did we say? My memory is four
consecutive years.
Yes,
27 onwards for 4 years.
Yeah, they did. And
then followed by Alfa Romeo for 4 consecutive years.
Yes, and we've got those Alfa Romeos here, including, as you said,
they do say history repeats itself.
Yeah, the one that Rob Kaufman is actually owns a car which won here.
2 cars that won here.
Right, yes.
So 1934 Alfa Romeo 8C 2300, and of course the most famous possibly of current era, because of films and movies, which you're very involved in, but the 1966 Le Mans winning GT40, the black one, the number 2 car of Chris Amon and McLaren.
Yes.
That won that in that. So you're not content with owning one car that's won Le Mans outright, you have 2. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. and
I
Rob.
bet he's got 3 somewhere.
There probably
he's got
has.
a 3rd somewhere as well.
And there's a lovely BMW look, 328, and that's part of the number plate. And we have been joined in the box here.
Was it by Racer, who's involved in all sorts of things, and I would say that bordering on a professional historic racer these days. Did have a contemporary career. Well, we're joined in the commentary box by Ollie Bryant.
Ollie, welcome. Thank you for coming up. You probably got past the guard that didn't want to let you come up and see us, but you've made it here.
He can get in anywhere, Ollie can.
And you've been having a great weekend, but you're not finished yet because you've got your Lotus 15 to run, and you're going to be on pole position. Looks as if you're going to take that, but you told us you've got big gearbox problems with that. Hang on, we'll fade Ollie up now. Go on, say at the end.
Yeah, it's good to be here, and yeah, the Lotus has gone well so far. We've had 2 of the races. The final one is the last race of the day, so I think I've also got to do a Le Mans start, which I've not done before, but
no, but
it should be good.
It doesn't really count, does it? You do the Le Mans start, but then they line up behind the pace car again. So
yeah,
as we saw it.
That's what I understand, but yeah, no, so a bit of excitement, something different for the final race.
Well, what we expect, Ollie, is what Sterling Moss, we expect you to vault into the car and you look.
Yeah, possibly, or in protest, be the slowest one away.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yes, do a Jackie X. So we're looking at the oldest cars that are racing here, and there is that car that won Le Mans. That's Rob Kalpen at the wheel there in the number 9. Have you ever driven anything this old?
No, not brave enough. It's phenomenal what they do, and sitting out the top there at those sorts of speeds, it's certainly pretty heroic stuff. But no, the Lotus is probably the oldest thing I've raced, which is late 50s.
Yeah.
I don't believe you're not brave enough, Ollie, because I've seen what you race. I've seen the way you race GPG, the Cobra, the ex-Roger Mack Cobra at Goodwood, and trust me, you need bravery and other attributes to drive the car the way you do. But do you not fancy something like this as well, or does it just, or would you somewhere smaller circuit maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it'd certainly be good to have a go in something. I know David Cook quite well. He's running second at the moment in his Alpha, and you know, I've been in that car before, but certainly not on circuit. But,
yes.
No, the Lotus is is quick. It's on very narrow treaded tyres, so it moves around quite a bit, and so far it's going well. We've just got this final section of the race later on today.
Yeah, what's the history of that particular car?
I went to Japan originally, and then I think it was crashed out there, and it came back to Europe. And David Haynes actually used to own it, and we got it after he sadly passed away, probably 20 years ago now, more than 20 years ago. And we've campaigned it throughout the years, but it's its first outing here at Le Mans.
Oh, Dale, the number 8 car pulling off this Bentley. And we saw you racing in the support events, because before we had all these plateau races, we had the 4 support events, and you had a fantastic Mustang, which is a sort of tubular frame car that came from IMSA, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's a mid-90s Roush Mustang, which ran over in the States, and yeah, we brought it back to Europe and have been using it in a few events, and to bring it here was fantastic. I mean, it never would have run at Le Mans in period, but it would have run at Daytona and Sebring and those sorts of events. So to bring it here was amazing, and it certainly turned a few heads with the noise it makes, how it looks, and it also went really well.
It did, didn't it? Were you in a did you win a class in that?
Yeah, I won GT1A, I think it was, my specific class. But the goal was to sort of see how well we could do amongst the GT cars. And we ended up, I think it was 65 or 70 cars on the grid, and we finished 10th overall. So it was great.
Ollie, I remember you racing here in the 24-hour race in a Corvette, and then you made that jump from historics, but you didn't really make it stick. And yet you're having all this tremendous success, you know, at Goodwood, and proving to be one of the very quickest guys out there. But do you feel sad that you hadn't made a transition to be a sort of modern driver, you see one?
Well, I did. I mean, I started in historics back in 2002 in an MGB, and then I jumped into the Cobra from sort of 2004 onwards. So I actually did historics before I got into modern stuff, but I did British GT sort of consistently from 2005 through to 2013. With a few gaps in the middle, and then did Blancpain in Europe with the Kyriakos in the BMW. We had some great success. We came third in the championship, and we did 2 podiums at the Spa 24 Hours. So I did that, and then Le Mans in 2016 with the Corvette, and then in 2017 with the Beechdean Aston. And that was our best result. We were running second in GTE AM for most of the race, and we had an engine issue near the end, so we lost a bit of performance. We dropped to 4th at the end, which was it's a frustrating place to finish because it's so close to the podium.
Just off the podium, isn't it? Frustrating.
But I was speaking to Sam Hancock, who you'll know is obviously a very good driver and good commentator as well, and he was explaining this to him straight after the finish, and I was a bit downbeat, having just missed out on the silverware, and he said, he's done 5 or 6 Le Mans and never finished. So then suddenly you realise that getting to the flag is 2 years back to back is a good achievement. So certainly that's what we're planning to do here today, is just to get to the end. I've been looking after the Lotus and staying off all the curbs and just really trying to stroke it, because you see so many cars that start off really well here and then don't make it to the end.
You mentioned Sam there, who is a sublime commentator as well as driver, and just making sure here, because we're feeling a little bit threatened here, but no sort of aspirations to become a commentator as well. This is a one-off, yes. Just checking.
Yeah, just a one-off for now. I mean, certainly it's a pleasure to be here, and I don't mind.
Read the small print.
I don't mind coming and joining you. It's great to give a bit of insight to everyone listening. So
well, it's great to have you on board as well. Thank you. And just over the weekend, apart from you, obviously you're a petrol head, for want of a better description, and I know how drivers work to a certain extent, that you get very involved in your own particular area, but you do watch other stuff as well. So what's anything particular stood out to you of a race that you think, I want to go and drive one of those? Or
I mean, Plateau 4, with the Cobras and GT40s, that'd be great to do, and also Plateau 5, I think it is, with the T70s. It'd be great to bring our T70 here, because that'd be right at the front. So, this is actually the first year we've done the Plateaus at the Classic.
Right.
Dad brought the Cobra here back in 2003, I think it was.
I was going to say, it was quite a while ago, yes.
Yeah, a really long time ago.
Yeah, so why not brought it out again?
We just haven't. I mean, the main focus has been on Goodwood, really, and I suppose now that we've achieved that, we can maybe look at bringing it here.
Just to put that in perspective, you've waited how many years to get the top step of the podium at the Celebration TT at Goodwood, the revival event, and how many years did it take you to do it?
Well, the car is done every year pretty much since '98, since the first revival, and this was last year. 2021 was the first time we managed to come away.
Initially sharing with your dad, Graham?
I had done. 2007 I shared with him, and then 2010 I shared with Nick Manassian, and then from then onwards I mainly shared with Andrew Smith, and then the last 2 years I've shared with Darren Turner. So we finally got there.
I was there last year, and watching that, and of course you'd won it, but I don't think you'd actually realised you'd won it, had you?
No, we didn't know. No, we had a great lead at the start. We did a good pit stop, and some safety car came out, and I caught a car that I knew we were already in front of, so I couldn't work out how. But it turned out they'd short stopped in the pit.
Yeah, so Bill Shepherd, Roman Dumas car. Yeah,
so I had a great battle with Roman and caught him, and was trying to pass him with the last few laps to go, and obviously I didn't know, he didn't know, and apparently they showed me P1 on the board with a couple of laps to go, but I was pretty busy.
Typical driver didn't see a pit board. Yeah, absolutely. It's not part of the remit, is it?
It was a fantastic race and a fantastic end, because on television, you might not know, your dad lifted you up in the air, didn't he?
Yeah. He's still his back's still out.
It's been a while since he's done that, hey?
But that was a great drive. So I'll just come back to my question. You'd ever go back to modern racing?
Yeah, certainly I'd like to. I mean, I think 2023, 24 onwards, when GT3 is eligible for class at Le Mans, I think that'll open up a few more doors to people. There'll obviously be a lot of teams that'll now have the correct kit, so it might make getting in even more difficult. But certainly I think that'll be fantastic, and this new hypercar era is going to be amazing as well. So
yes.
Lots to look forward to.
Talking of generations, of course, you're a dad now as well.
Yeah, I am.
So how old's little one now?
16 months now.
16 months. So, here at the Mans this weekend?
No, he's not. It's a bit too busy and hot here, but he's at home, and I've got his J40 pedal car already.
You have already?
So got that 3 years ahead of schedule. So.
Well, I hope you know all about.
I like the way you said that. You haven't just planned it when you go 3 years ahead of schedule. I like that. It says everything you need to know about planning to go racing.
So the Talbot doesn't look as if it's going to win this. Well, I think that they just take it easy. I think they're on the aggregate. I think they're well in the lead, actually. Or Gareth Burnett is well in the lead.
I think the big change there, of course, we've got Duncan Pittaway in the Type 35 Bugatti from 1925. That's our 49 car leading at the moment. He's got a 14.7 second lead at the moment, but of course that changes the whole aggregate, because Duncan hasn't been at the top of these for the first 2 of these races, so that does change the whole thing. And that's the one thing we've got to remember, is that you have these grids, plateaus, and then you have 3 races within each grid. You can do well in one, and you can do well in one at the end, but the one in the middle, if you don't do so well, no good at all. So Duncan Pittaway, that we're just seeing on our screen there, very distinctive. I call it the wasp helmet. I'm not sure whether that's the right phrase for it, or the B. I'm sure you'll have some phrase for it. I do still want to see him bring that Beta Tour in and just see that go around Le Mans. That would be extraordinary. Probably absolutely mad. Well, the whole thing is mad anyway.
Yes.
But Duncan Pittaway, again, talking to Goodwood, another regular down there, races all sorts of things, 250Fs and Bugattis, and he's pretty quick at anything, isn't he? Somebody you fear as a competitor, Ollie?
Duncan?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen him at Goodwood. He's got a Barracuda similar to ours. And, you know, we see him there, and yeah, he certainly brings out amazing kit. He's such an enthusiast. So, yeah, real character. And certainly, yeah, that Beast of Turin is absolutely mad.
Well, there's a car I've forgotten. I mean, talking about the Beast of Turin, but the Plymouth Barracuda, I mean, that's it's just not naturally a racing car, is it? No,
it's not. It's a bit too heavy, unfortunately. It's sort of 1,300 kilos, so you're against quick Falcons and things, so it does struggle. But we haven't had it out for a while, but it's sort of a top 6 car now, really, whereas 10 years ago it was right at the front, so everything else has moved on slightly.
But I saw Ollie racing at the Daytona 24 Classic in a genuine NASCAR that you had. I don't know if you
that was a Dodge 2006 road race chassis Dodge Charger, so that was a fantastic car, and we had a great time with that. And we did 203 miles an hour on the banking, which was quite frightening at the time. But it was fantastic. So
have you noticed a similarity in the way that Ollie speaks and Stuart Hall did exactly the same? They quote figures like, you know, we did 203 miles an hour on the banking, as if it's just like, I'll have sugar in my coffee, like it's just normal sort of day-to-day stuff.
I think that probably got your attention a bit.
Yeah, it certainly did. Yeah, it was amazing. Trying to stop for the turn 1 was a bit of a struggle, but. Good fun.
Go down to the gym and get those muscles up, eh?
Yeah.
Get that brake pedal pressure on. So we're on the final lap now of our Plateau 1 grid race 3, and it is Duncan Pittaway that is in consummate lead. It's he's only 13 seconds ahead, so the gap is closing down. So the Alphas are in second and third. The Birch, I'm not even going to bother with the Gareth Burnett. I will give him a quick mention, but Michael Birch is in 4th now.
Is it Gareth Burnett driving that now? I think so.
We never know. They keep swapping them around, don't we?
Well, they haven't swapped them around, have they?
Well, we'll see when they see it on the cameras.
Yeah.
They'll tell you we'll get
if it's not the Schumacher helmet, or not,
I think it is Birch, because I saw him leaving the pit lane a minute ago when I came up. So.
With the Barrichello helmet on, Gareth Burnett's is just plain white, so that's really quite easy to see. It's one advantage of these open cars, makes it a lot easier for us as elderly commentators that we can just see a helmet colour, we just know straight away. Sam Hancock always helps on that with that very bright
yellow
helmet. It helps enormously.
But
this in a closed car.
So, Ollie, obviously we've been explaining to our listeners about these plateaus and how you add all the times up together. And of course, you've done that a lot at Daytona, but there's 4 races there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Are you always mindful of where you are on the overall aggregate? Are you able to do that, or is it just too complicated?
No, you could certainly look at it, and if there was someone that you know is going to be your main competition, if you've got a bit of a margin in front of them after the first race, and if they beat you in the second, you don't have to worry too hard, you don't have to damage, risk the car, and if they win by 10 seconds, but you've got a net 20-second lead, then you don't have to worry. In this race, I've managed to win both of them so far, and the person that's come second has changed from race 1 to race 2, so I'm not quite sure where we are with regards to who I need to stay in front of, but if I plan on staying in front of everyone, then that should do the job.
I think that would do, wouldn't it?
It's very simple philosophy, So Duncan Pittaway, it is, arms waving, gesticulating very happily there, takes the win for the 3rd race of Grid 1. They'd be very, very satisfied in that, and what a car to win at the French Classic Le Mans. Bugatti Type 35 from 1925, so a car that was only 2 years old when this whole Le Mans history started.
I see that Rob Kalpon in that car, which won here all those years ago, did actually make it to 11th place. And we're joined by Mike Wiles now. Mike.
A surfeit of drivers, a whole generation of drivers we've got here.
We need another microphone, really, don't we?
Well, what we might do is get Mike to come and sit down on one of them. I'm just going to give him his cap back that he left here yesterday.
Mike can sit here, and I'll slide off, get some lunch, and get organised for get my sprint practice in for the start of the race.
Okay, Ollie, we really appreciate you coming, and we look forward to having a great race at the Lotus 15. I mean, you're obviously the favourite to win it. But you never know. This is motor racing, and this is Le Mans.
Yeah, exactly. Anything can happen. So we just got to keep going, stay out of trouble, and see where we get to.
Look after that gearbox.
Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Ollie Bryant, say out a little bit later in the Lotus with his sharing with his father, which is great to see.
Is he sharing it with his father?
Well, has been sharing this weekend with his father, but we're about to be joined in that commentary box. We're very shortly by another driver we've had in here yesterday, Mike Wilds. We've gone all through a lot of history of that, but if you're new to listening today, then we'll have a little rundown of.
Yeah, we've still got cars finishing, of course, in this race.
Of course, I was just going to say that just well before Mike sets up the mic. Get the mic on, Mike.
We've had a British 1-2 in this with the Bugatti, not car-wise but driver-wise. So the 52 car coming home in second place. And
Bugatti on the top step of the podium, and Alfa's either side.
So that's a bit retro. The film going into a camera. Look.
Exactly. I haven't seen the footage. Our photographer or our films. We look at the cameras. We look at a spectator there putting a 35mm film into a camera. I can't tell you when I last saw a 35mm.
I wonder where he's going to get it developed.
Probably at home.
Yes.
In a dark room, as it was.
Very silly story, if I just may.
Not you, surely, Andrew. A silly story.
One of the very first motor races I went to with Motoring News, I went with a guy called Laurie Morton, who was the chief photographer. And being a lad wet behind the ears from Derby, we went in this French hotel room and there was a B-day. And I hadn't seen a B-day before. So I said, Laurie, what's this for? And he said, oh, that's for developing film in.
Okay, right.
And I believed him.
Okay, well, there you
not
go.
Quite, but,
naivety of youth. So, just crossing the line there, we had the 1934 winner of this race, Rob Kaufman, in his 8300.
This is all a bit desperate.
One of the Lagers Tolbos there having a little bit of moment of chicane, and the Astons got involved in that as well. They're cheeky, those Astons, aren't they? They see an opportunity, they've got in there.
Yeah. So I think there was 4 of these Talbots in the race, wasn't it, if I remember correctly? We did see one that had different drivers in it to those that were on the entry list. Was a little bit confusing.
Now, is that the 58 Aston Martin Speed of Heinz Stamm and Peter Dubsky? A very European mix there. Heinz Stamm from Germany and Peter Dubsky comes in from Vienna. Keep the car in the UK. It's a 37 speed model. Right behind that is the similar of Dick Skipworth.
Two BMWs together, one with a roll bar and one without. Prefer the one without. Oh, look at that guy. He's throwing both hands in the air.
He's elated.
Bentley crosses the line. He's pumping his fist. So a bit later, we hope to bring you the overall result of the 3 races on aggregate. It'll take a little while. Do we think the Talbot, as Gareth Burnett has won overall? It's the defending champion, as it were, as they say in America.
At this point, I'm not prepared to say.
No, I'm a bit confused.
I'll stake your career on it, not mine.
Yeah, all right, okay. So anyway, we've got Mike Wiles in the box, and we did have a chat yesterday, but just to reiterate, Mike is very close to bringing out his book of a fantastic career. Mike covered 6 decades, the best part of anyway. And as Mike was saying yesterday, he was winning races back in the 1960s. Won a race last year, I think.
Yeah. Well, hang on a minute. We say winning races back in the 1960s. Let's just start. He started in the 1960s, if he doesn't mind me saying 1965.
Yes.
And he took 2 races to get used to the idea. Then on his 3rd race, he went and won it.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
Pure luck.
No, yes, we know differently.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. Looking at these cars, can I tell you a story about what happened to me yesterday? I was getting ready to go and drive Rainer Becker's 911 RSR in a Plateau 6 race, and I've had some nasty accidents in my career, one especially which destroyed my legs at Goodwood, and I was limping a little bit yesterday, and I'm limping a little bit today, and this gentleman walked through the garage and he said, "You're limping a little bit, Mike." And before I could answer, and he said, "I know why." And it seemed a little bit odd. But anyway, this gentleman was racing a 1937 Aston Martin in this particular race, and sadly I can't remember his name, it's dreadful. But it happened that he was the doctor that looked after me after smashing my legs at Goodwood 30 odd years ago. And we happened to meet in a carriage in Le Mans in 2022.
In a Ferrari Formula One car. Yes, it was repaired.
Yes, it was. Something happened at the back of the car which made it turn left, and I hit something very hard which destroyed both my legs. Very lucky to keep them below the knee, and he was one of the guys that helped me. And it was all a bit emotional for me, really, to meet him.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry.
No, that's
the story.
You know, all human. Is there?
I have.
There was a guy there with a Citroen on his back. There was one Citroen in this race, wasn't there? But it was well back. So the stragglers are coming home still. And then we're going to move on to Plateau 2.
I think rest of the field is a better way of putting it rather than stragglers. It's a very big field.
Sorry.
Rest of the field is perhaps a little kinder.
Sorry, mate, the stragglers. Is that the Citroen?
Only one person can win it. The rest of the field. You say?
Absolutely, yes. I did have the pleasure of driving. I think it was a 1934 Aston Martin Ulster. Nick Mason let me drive it at Silverstone Classic.
It'd be one of the LM cars, then, wouldn't it?
That's
probably?
right, LM21.
LM21, yeah.
And I won the race purely because I'd never driven a central throttle before.
Yes, and that's tricky.
As I didn't brake for the first corner, and I went stomping back on the throttle instead of the brake in the middle. Everybody sort of disappeared in all directions. I came out in the lead and didn't lose it.
Have you noticed that there's a pattern here, that he wins his third ever race? He gets off to drive a car he's never driven before with the pedal the wrong way around, but happens to win that as well.
Yes.
Tells these
Again,
lovely little stories.
Pure
of
luck.
It's pure luck.
Yeah,
pure
it
luck.
is pure luck.
So this book, I think there should be a strap line for it. Was it Life on the Wild Side? You call
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
Life on the Wild Side brackets pure luck.
Pure luck. Yes.
Hashtag pure luck. There you go.
Yes,
So you'll have to look it up.
I shall do
in
it.
the modern world.
We're just getting the results going through now, confirming what we'd actually said, and just a huge entry here.
I think we've got nearly 70 cars on this this grid, did we not?
Yeah.
I think it was. This is over 70 cars. Quite extraordinary, and it's one of the bigger grids here. And I'd say from the first era of Le Mans here, from 1923 to 1939, and that's when the race stopped for the duration of the war. And we did have. But there was one before that. We did have 9 years without Le Mans because the track had to be rebuilt as well. It had been quite damaged during the Second World War. But we did have one other. 1936, the French had strikes at the time, so the race didn't take place in 1936, which is why we are the 90th running just 3 weeks ago in 2022, and next year 2023 will be the centenary. And what is great to hear was at the presentation of this event on Friday night, just down in Le Mans, they made the announcement that this is normally biannual. Of course, this event we're watching now should have taken part 2 years ago, didn't, because of the global pandemic, and they rescheduled it for 2021, and that was deemed not quite yet, and so should have been now effectively 2024 before we had the next one of these. What they've done is they brought that forward, so we've got Classic Le Mans 2 years in a row now,
yes,
to celebrate, to go with the centenary. And you know, notwithstanding all that's about to happen today and that which is to come still, I just can't wait for that to.
Likewise.
Yeah, but it's only 3 weekends apart, mercifully. I hope they can get the two really together again, really quite close, because that feel of it, because we came here, we stayed at the same place as we did 3 weeks ago, and it's just nice to get that feel of it, you get a sensation of it. The weather's been kind to us on both occasions, so next year it won't, of course.
Hopefully I can get back here next year, because
Well, we're going to drive that GT40, aren't we?
Well, absolutely, but also...
In the main race. It's about right our pace, actually. Well, mine, anyway.
The owner of the Porsche 956 that I drive, Rainer Becker, of course, his car was 1983 when Mario Andretti came third here, and so it's the 30th anniversary of that. So I really hope that we can come back and race that car on its anniversary of its podium.
Rainer, if you're listening, you heard it here first. You've got no excuses. It's got to come back, and you've got to put Mike Wilds in it.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed.
And
There's
Mike,
no other option.
Mike, as you were saying yesterday, Mario's a fantastic guy. You know, he might just come.
Well, yes, that would do me out of a drive, wouldn't it?
No, you can
not
share
it. No, absolutely not. Yeah. Share it.
I think Michael is a bit busy with all these different racing teams to do that.
Yes.
Still trying to, of course, get into Formula One with the team. Quite a bit of controversy over that. We were just seeing the highlights here of this race. Nice little,
lovely. What
in the business we call an EVS package. And
showing Duncan Pittaway coming out of that last turn of the Ford chicane there in that Type 35 Bugatti, and exuberant style as ever. Duncan Pittaway, well known for it, certainly at Goodwood in the UK. And what does he do? He just have a little bit of a twitch and just drift it and just shows his car control in that. And why wouldn't you? If you're going to win a race, do it that way.
So now we've got a parade of BMWs. Snowy, were we expecting this now? Is this on schedule?
No, it's a slight change off.
I thought, yeah.
So it's gone back to, I thought, according to my schedule now, we should have had a plateau. We should have had a plateau 2 grid.
Yes, and I thought the BMWs were coming after that.
And then little big mon.
Oh yeah,
that should have happened.
I'm glad we got Mike here because he knows about that.
And then parade BMW is now. So we've got those out. A huge variety of cars. One of the great things about these historic events that seems to have grown over the years is we have demonstration runs. You quite often get to have spectators. You can turn up and be encouraged for various car clubs from around the areas, regions, or the country, wherever we are, and turn up with your BMW road car. Some of them a little bit more modern, some less so. Bring them out and get to drive them on track. We're very spoilt, Mike and Andrew. We're involved in motorsport all the time, and Mike and I, we're very lucky that we get to drive and race. And you take it as a bit of a business, and you never mean to be blasé about it, and in no way, shape, or form that there's an awful lot that goes on in the background and logistics. But if you're certainly involved in a series when you're racing, as you did, Mike, competitively in a series. Silverstone, Le Mans, Monza becomes part of a schedule. It doesn't mean what it does to people outside that get to come and spectate, and they're the ones that pay for watch us racing, which is quite bizarre. I'm not quite sure why. But to get to come and drive your road car around Le Mans, it doesn't happen. I mean, I haven't driven my car around here this weekend. You've driven various cars around here.
We drove a little bit, didn't we, when we arrived, but it was dark.
Well, it was, and then you got to be down a certain bit, and there was a barrier in the way.
Yeah,
some of my driver instincts still take over, and I thought, car, barrier, not good. We'll avoid that one.
Just a story, we had quite a chat with Mike yesterday, and I was going to tell a story that I didn't, and it's not necessarily against you, but it's against some of your teammates. Mike drove at a very successful period with Heures, with the sponsorship, remember, from a special division of the post office. It was called Swift Air. He had Swift Air over the cars.
We did.
Won the Brands Hatch World Championship round. We handled a Swift Air sponsorship, and one of my jobs was to look after Postman Pat. And some person was dressed in a Postman Pat race suit, a Postman Pat suit. You were in your race suits, and he was signing more autographs than the drivers.
Yes, I can totally understand that.
Yeah, you don't remember Postman Pat being there then?
I don't.
No, well, you should do, but I can tell you, he didn't bring his black and white cat chest with him.
Shame.
No.
Shame.
But that was a very good promotion, though, for Swift Air, which was a sort of
offshoot.
It was a special fast postage service abroad, if I remember right. They don't do it anymore.
That's right.
Hence the logical link up to sponsor a racing car.
Yeah. But you had a lot of success in that team, run by Ray Mallock and so on. Yeah.
Yes, and team managed eventually by the sadly missed Richard Williams, who died recently, which was a shame. Fantastic team manager. I had 4 glorious years with the Heures. We managed to win the C2 Team World Championship in '86. Sadly, the only World Championship I was involved in, but. Hey-ho.
Who were you co-driving with mainly?
Well, I seem to be the man they put lots of different people with.
Yeah.
There was Mark Douay, David Leslie, the sadly missed David Leslie, and Win Percy, Johnny Dumfries, and some Americans that rented drives at Le Mans, and I was put in to look after the 2 Americans, Les Delano and...
Yes, Les Delano is in the advertising industry.
Yes, but I just had a ball. It was the first World Championship race I ever won was with Ray, co-driving with Ray Mallock, the Silverstone 1000 Ks, I think, in 1985.
Like you, Ray still puts his crash helmet on and still goes
quickly.
too. Yeah, he's U2.
Winning Formula Junior races.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny, you mentioned Richard Williams there, of course, passed away quite recently. So last autumn, I think it was, wasn't it? And Richard Williams, one of the leading exponents of Aston Martin specialists, a factory-trained apprentice originally in the first place, but of course heavily involved in that. We mentioned Robin Hamilton earlier with that the car that's out here, the Paul Chase Gardner's driving around the 1977 Muncher. That car evolved through 79, came back here again with turbochargers. Wasn't as successful, to be honest, but Robin, undeterred, then built into a Group C car and had what was called the Aston Martin Nimrod, of course, which came here, and Richard Williams decided to run one of those privately for Viscount Down here at Long with Pace Petroleum, you mentioned earlier, Victor Gauntlet to race the car here, and at one point it was running as high as 4th overall, really right towards the end as well, which, bearing in mind at that time in 1982 was the first car behind the Works 123 Porsche. Hugely impressive effort. It did actually just drop down the order with a misfire at the end, sadly, but it was again, that was a continuation of that. And of course, you drove for Richard Williams in the Thoroughbred Sports Car Championship in those, I'm going to say it again, those glorious DB4 lightweights.
Yes, well, sadly I didn't drive for him. He had Mike Salmon driving for Viscount Down.
Of course, yes.
I drove a man called Julian Cottrell's DB4.
Remember it, yes, he had a Scarto, didn't he, as well?
Mike was winning everything at the time. I was driving for Curie Costa.
It's obviously a good name for a racing driver in the UK and Aston's, Mike.
Yes. So I was doing the World Sports Car Championship for Curie Costa, but on my weekends off, they let me race the DB4, and Richard and Mike Salmon were very upset when I won the championship. Which the first time they'd lost it for quite some time.
My apologies, I got you attributed to the wrong team there, but yes, I remember seeing it at the time. But yeah, what great! Of course, and Mike Salmon himself, no stranger to Le Mans, raced GT40s here in period, didn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
So we've got a nice parade of BMWs going around the track. Number of different manufacturers supporting this fabulous Le Mans Classic, and they all get to parade their cars. We saw 3 very new Data Bassos going earlier, but now we've got a really nice parade of various BMWs. Not sure where we both stand on the lozenge. Should it be horizontal or should it be vertical? Because with these latest cars,
I like it. I'm gonna put it there. I actually quite like it.
Going for
little bit surprised when I first saw it, but I actually quite like it.
See, the old 2002, the lozenge shouldn't evolve, but
yes,
that was vertical.
Yeah.
The kidney grill, as it's called.
Kidney, yeah.
I do happen to be a patron of the British BMW GB car club.
Oh, do you?
Yes. For my sins.
Appreciate something like that then.
Well, that's like I had a 3-litre CSL like that in exactly those colours many years ago. The one I sold to put a deposit on a house. There you go.
Wow,
should have kept the car. Maybe it's that car. Then mine was right-hand drive.
Worth more than the house.
Probably. That's exactly my point.
I saw a nice Z1 somewhere in there, I thought.
Very rare, the thing. Sorry, Andrew, just seen that. It's very rare. It's right there.
What's that?
2002 Touring.
Yes,
wow.
yeah.
Very, very rare. I haven't seen one of those around. Of course, Touring is now sort of used as the estate term, as it was then for the BMWs. M4 have just BMW have just announced the M4 Touring version. Now you can get that as a new form. We've got the M4s out the front of this, but a great selection of cars out there. I did notice. I think I noticed a Z1.
Yes, I saw a Z1.
The doors that go down
physically
into the sill, they drop down. They don't hinge out in any way, shape, or form. They drop down. And yes, I do like the Kermit Green like that.
And BMW consistently having great racing campaigns around the world. Everything from Formula One across through to a lot of racing in America.
We're very much in GT racing at the moment, and it goes back to what we said yesterday about customer cars and rather like Porsche, the same sort of business model. Getting the cars out into GT races, amateur hands in NLS, which was the old VLN Nürburgring Langstrecke series that Bruce and I have the pleasure of commentating on for Radio Show Limited, and they're preeminent in that. The new M4 GT3 car has been very, very strong, very, very quick and sorted.
Yes.
And the BMW Junior team with Max Hesse, Neil Verhagen and Dan Harper literally acing everything this year in that car, but everything apart from, would you believe, the Nürburgring 24 hours, and almost every single car that went out, there was Rover Racing, BMW Junior Team, Valkenhorst Motorsport, all had issues with those cars, but they've just typical as a BMW Junior Team that you drive, as Mike knows, when you drive for a team, you're a paid employee. Everybody thinks, oh, you're a racing driver, it's very glamorous. Actually, you're an employee in a company. It's just the job is slightly different. To the outside world, it looks glamorous. It's still work. that BMW Junior team.
Fairly high pressure work.
Yeah, fairly high pressure. Yes, I can attest to that.
That's
but
what
the BMW Junior team, what they did with them last weekend was after the 24-hour race, which they weren't that successful. They're going to do a bit more work on that M4 GT3 version. So they're not without a drive. They do the next NLS round. They drop them down a category and put them in the GT4 car.
Right.
And say, well, actually, your job is to work for BMW, so let's get on with developing that. And the guys, there's no pride. It's like, can you imagine a Formula 1 driver saying, well, actually, we're not sure the car's very good this. So can you imagine Lewis Hamilton and George Russell being told, actually, you're driving the Formula 2 car instead this weekend? It wouldn't happen now, but effectively, that's what it is. Now, I think, actually, that's how it should be as well.
Yeah.
It's good experience as well. Certainly in those Nürburgring races, and what a place to go and develop a car, hey, the Nürburgring.
Yeah, well, that BMW Junior program goes all the way back to the days of Jochen Nierpasch, who was the famous, well, he was team manager at Ford and BMW actually, and when that new car that they're racing, the new M4 they're racing now, made us, well, not exactly its debut, but its first 24-hour race debut at the Sebring 24 last year, and there was the man himself, Jochen Nierpasch, in the pits, looking after the lads, just as he'd looked after the Eddie Cheevers of this world 35 years.
And a perfect example of the evolution of that is we were talking about how the cars have changed now. We talk about sim racing, not gaming, but sim racing simulators, and drivers now, because one of the most difficult part of bringing a young driver on is to put him in the car is the risk of damaging the car. It's hugely expensive. That's why it's always such a risk. Simulators, put them on simulators now, rather like flight simulators for pilots and fighter pilots. They can get the time there, learn all the mistakes, make mistakes out of the way, when you can effectively, I exaggerate for clarity, but you can press Alt, Control, Delete, Reset, whatever. It doesn't damage the physical car. And that new BMW M4 GT3 car, the steering wheel on it can be transposed from the BMW simulator to the car. They can literally take it off and put it on. It's the same Fanatec steering wheel. It goes across. It's exactly the same thing.
Incredible.
Just very interested in Mike's take on simulators. Have you been in many simulators?
I have, and I have to say I've used them a lot in pilot training when I was trying to get type rated on various aircraft, and it's incredible how you get so engrossed you are flying that aeroplane. But I never quite got the same in a race car simulator, whether it's because there was no lateral G or under braking and so on, but I think they've developed now, and they do actually move to give you some feeling of G under braking and lateral.
Most certainly do. I was very kindly invited by Darren Turner to his base performance outfit late last year to do a run.
Car that Ronnie Peterson raced.
Yes. Remember that?
Batmobile.
Yeah.
And we sat in this. It is literally it's a GT3 Aston Martin that actually had been crashed. So they're basically it's the cockpit area of it. It's a genuine car. So you get in it. It's a real car. You sit in it, and the screens are enormous. And the problem I had was motion sickness.
Yes.
Apparently, Ollie Galvin has the same. So I didn't feel like I was in too bad a company. But I couldn't deal with it.
That's on Rams.
It's all Rams and all sorts. It's like, oh crikey, leaving the pits at Silverstone, somewhere I knew in this graphics. I was like, oh, this I just couldn't get it on a smaller one with a screen like an HD TV screen. I can deal with it. So maybe it's just an age thing. I think I was talking to Harry King about that, and he just said it's because you're old, mate. But like, thanks, that.
I think it's
good. This weekend, by the way, Harry. You haven't raced already.
For me, I think it was psychological, because when I started to learn to fly back in the 70s, I got motion sickness, especially when we were doing spinning and so on. But I took something called Quells, which would help with travel sickness. And one day I forgot them. And it didn't occur to me that I'd forgotten them when I was flying the aircraft. And I've never, ever suffered from motion sickness again. I think because I thought I was going to be sick, I did feel sick.
Yeah, I'm no psychologist, but I'll guarantee you the key to that was because you hadn't realised you'd forgotten them. Yeah. Had you realised, your brain would have gone, oh, hang on, need this. The fact that you didn't, and that's extraordinary how the brain works, isn't it? Yeah.
So I think this parade is just coming to its conclusion now.
I'm not sure it is actually, because they've gone past again. And,
right by me.
Not this good. Now we've got some Mercedes.
Another parade.
They're not
Mercedes parade.
No, they're very special Mercedes. Those aren't just ordinary Mercedes.
Gosh.
There's some very nice race cars involved in there.
Is that the car that did the Carrera Panamericana, I think.
I think you might well be right.
Yeah. And cars with numbers, Targa Florio type numbers on Mille Miglia type numbers. Have you done the Mille Miglia retro?
Sadly not.
No.
No, sadly not.
Yet
Yes,
is the word, Mike.
Maybe I'll have a phone call from Snowy, you never know.
Yeah, well, I got the chance to do it in a Mercedes once, co-driving for Jochen Mass, and do you know what? I had a clash and I couldn't do it. It was pretty annoying.
Oh, what
really.
a shame. What a shame.
Now there's a character for you, Jochen Mass.
Yes.
I was good at Festival Speed for one day last week, just the Thursday opening day, because we were on conference duties the rest of the weekend. And again, he doesn't know me from Adam, you think, but he remembers, and he goes, "Hey, how are you?" And he's chatting away, and he's thinking, "You're a Grand Prix driver." You know, from different age, but he's just chatting away, and nice to see you, and it's a few minutes, and off he goes again, and just down to earth, as it should be.
I first met him in 1972. I think it was my first ever Formula 3 race at Thruxton, and we banged wheels a little bit, and we've been mates ever since. He's put on a little bit of weight.
Yes,
I think.
Normally people shake hands, but whatever works for you, Mike.
Now I noticed, last time I saw Jochen at Goodwood, he was a little bit on the porky side.
Yes, bless him.
Yeah. He used to have a three-masted schooner, didn't he? Because he was a mariner originally.
Yes, that's right. He shared a boat with Mike Howard. Quite funny, yesterday I saw Klaus Ludwig in the paddock, and I went up to him, and I don't know Klaus, but I said, is Jochen Mass here this weekend? He said, "No, I'm Klaus Ludwig." I said, "No, I do understand who you are, sir."
No, that wasn't the question I was asking. Yes.
I do know who you are. And he introduced me very nicely to Carl, I think it was Carl Wendlinger who was here. And they were very, very nice to me and chatted. It was great.
Yeah. So, trophy presentations going on as well at the moment for that Plateau 1 race. So, Mike, thank you very much for coming up again.
It's a pleasure. I'm really sorry I have to go, but I have a little bit of a talk to do at a hotel in about 45 minute, so I ought to...
I thought you were going to say in Dover.
Yes.
Hence you understand the urgency.
It's very nice. It's at a Ferrari dealership, I think. So apologies that...
make sure you get the brand right before you get there.
Just say it once more, Mike Wiles' new book is coming out probably in September, no, a bit later than that maybe.
Yes, October, November, I
hopefully in
hope.
time for Christmas.
Yes.
It'll be a very good read.
That's very kind. Thank you all. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Well, we've just got 2 more races to call now, and we've got the kiddie car race as well.
Thank you very much, Mike. Great to see you, and look forward to seeing you back in the UK. Just going back to this podium ceremony you just mentioned there, Andrew, we've got Duncan Pittaway, who's turned up with his crash helmet, overalls rolled down, and being an English gentleman, he's wearing a shirt and a tie underneath his overalls.
I saw that.
How appropriate is that?
Yeah. Well, remember
and beaming away and happy.
Yeah, remember the old days, Mike Hawthorne, of course, racing in a bow tie.
Correct.
Yeah. Holding the trophy up. Now, because I'm now wondering, is this the podium for...
Straight into the British national anthem.
Shouldn't talk over that.
Well, the reason I mentioned that in the first case was it's the first national anthem we've heard all weekend. To the stranger we are at the opposite end of the commentary box. The podium is the traditional one at Le Mans, at sort of box in, if you like, pit in. We're at pit exit, opposite end, over garages number 60, just as the car disappear off out of the pits. But it's the first time I've heard a national anthem, and how appropriate for Radio Show Limited, the English-speaking radio station here at Le Mans this weekend. It's the English national anthem that we hear.
I'm just wondering if this is the overall result that they're presenting this trophy, or if it was just for that race. Because at the end of each race, earlier on, we explained several times we have the 3 races, but we haven't had a podium, and that was deliberate.
Why do you have to complicate things, Myriad?
No, they're complicating it. I'm just trying to explain it not very well. But that's the case. As you say, we haven't had a podium, but does it mean that they won it overall? You see, Duncan. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, I'm scared to go and look up the result because that's not up to date necessarily. But
because we thought the Talbots were going to dominate this, and they dominated the early races, but maybe we'll find out.
I shall have a little look and see if there's any sense made of this.
Some lovely Mercedes going round at the moment from many different eras.
So this is not actually in our schedule. There's some filming of these Mercedes being done. They're being brought into the pits now, so they've literally done one lap around. I think you're absolutely right about the first car being one of those Pan-American cars, isn't it? It's perhaps even the what was the race in Buenos Aires? What was the one that Fangio did back in the 50s? What was that one called? Gonna have to look it up now.
Yeah, we will have to look this up. I suppose we ought to say, look, we've got a good look at it there, look.
And exquisite gull wings with its door open. I'm not sure trying to open the door open is the best way, but definitely some heat out of it at least.
And gull wing recently sold for...
Well, not a gull wing, it was an SL.
Yes.
It had
gull wings, but it wasn't
doors,
yeah.
But the SL was the SLRs were the race cars,
yes,
which were thinly disguised Formula 1 cars with bodywork on that ran here in the mid-1950s.
It was Mercedes actually that sold the cars.
Correct. Well, I was just going to finish. There were two cars they built. They were an open-top car, and they built two versions with a fixed roof, not a hardtop, a fixed roof coupe. So they were still called SLs. They did have the gull wing or butterfly doors, I believe they call them in the States. It was not a gull wing car,
yes,
but it was the same. It was the SL underneath, or the SLR underneath. And they've always been kept at Uhlenhaut's, director of Mercedes-Benz Racing. He actually ran one as his everyday car. So effectively a Formula 1 style car on the road. It must have detuned it a little bit to run it on the road. But they've never been out of captivity. They've always been in the Mercedes Museum, and very surprisingly, many decades later, as of last month, they decided to sell one, and it's become the world's most expensive car, sold now at £115 million.
Yes, 135 million euros.
Just extraordinary.
Yeah. So enthusiasts still enjoying this. Been a 3-day festival, hasn't it? Really, we've had action on track since Friday. What a strange T-shirt. There are people going up into the village. There's a lot to see up. But we've been busy in the commentary box. We haven't been up there. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff. So obviously BMW have got a stand up there for 50 years of the M brand, the motorsport brand.
Well, that's partly why we've got the cars out on the track.
Yes,
the parade cars and the safety cars and intervention and medical cars are BMWs, because it's celebrating the 50 years of the M car, the motorsport division, the performance side of BMW, and that relates to that M4 we've just seen, the new M4 Touring come out as well. So our grid is being formed up in the assembly area. We've got eyes stroked via our camera man very kindly on some cars in the assembly area now. Some drivers with crash helmets on already, quite a few. So I guess we're not far off the off. Far off the off. I'm not sure that makes any sense. I know what I mean.
Yes, I know what you mean as well.
Broadcasting to how many people that don't know what I mean. So I do apologise. We're not far away from the beginning of the race, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Choose my words carefully and in the correct order. Slowly. Enunciate.
Being a very nice Maserati there. The A6 GC Spider. There's a gull wing Mercedes. It's racing. Jaguar C-types in this. A Cunningham. Hopefully that's running.
So this is Plateau 2, yes?
It is.
Yes.
And as we explained and found out, the grid is based on that particular car's fastest lap in the race in the night, what, 6-7 hours ago. And we expect to see out front one of the early Jaguar D-types, Martin Halusa, and Lucas Halusa. I'm not sure which Halusa is driving. So it just says Halusa there.
So the cars we're talking about going out there, Heelys, Jaguar D-types,
Aston Martin,
Bobtail,
DB3S.
DB3S, Jaguar C-type, D-type. The C-type is the C-type that's famous for being the first sports racing car with disc brakes on it?
Yeah,
it is,
Dunlop, I think, development.
Yeah.
The Cooper Bobtail then has been going quickly. That's the number 11 car. And French Christian Goddard and Felix Goddard are the drivers of that.
So our pole position is taken by the Jaguar D-type of 1954. That's car number 16, but with a Halusa and Ames at the wheel.
Yeah.
Alongside him is the Cooper Type 39, car number 11 from 1955, with the 2 Goddards at the wheel of that. John Webb, not a Nigel Webb, my apologies. John Webb was the eponymous runner of Brands Hatch, wasn't he?
He was.
Nigel Webb in the 1952 Jaguar C-type alongside it on the second row. Car number 25. Car number 36 alongside him is Aston Martin DB3S from 1955 of Sealville, and that to father and son driving that car, and that's one of the works cars from the factory. Healy and Mercedes there next, the 100S and the 300 SL. 100S is quite a rare version of the Austin Healey. It's an even lighter weighter version of the Austin Healey. Got the 100s and the 100Ms. And then the 100S was the pure lightweight version that would have run here in period in 1950s, right in the middle. This group, by the way, is it's one of the narrowest groups in terms of era. It's 1949 to 1956, Plateau 2. Austin Healey 100S, I was just saying there, but I've had the great pleasure of racing one of those at Goodwood a few years ago, and they're a fabulous little car, really, really are.
So we noticed Alex Ames has his name up there with one of the, I think it's probably Lucas Halusa, and it's come up through Formula Ford racing. Not so long ago, 2016, he was racing in Formula Ford. Did the Walter Hayes Trophy. He's raced since. Quite a lot of historic cars, Jaguar E-type, a Lotus 20, Chevron B8.
I've just seen Luca Halusa around that, I think, so that looks like
there
he is, yes.
Yeah.
So Le Mans start for this, one of our smaller grids of the weekend.
Yes. How many have we got?
Only 72 on this one.
Oh, only 72. Famous OKV1 Jaguar.
That's the pole position car. What did you say? Young Mr. Halusa just getting his crash helmet sorted.
He's been doing a great job. He's coming out later again in the bread van, which could easily win that sector, couldn't it?
It could indeed. So we have this, Mike Wilde was talking about this, or was it Ollie Bryant talking about this Le Mans start? It was Ollie Bryant saying about the Le Mans start because he's in this race, isn't he?
Yeah.
In the Lotus. Just saying that it's a bit of theatre, we described it as yesterday, didn't we? They do run across the track, so the cars are parked against the pit wall, herringbone style, pointing up towards turn 1, as we call it these days, or Dunlop Bridge. And the drivers then start on the opposite side of the track, and it's one of those things. I think it was done at other circuits, wasn't it? But it's just always been synonymous with Le Mans. It did stop in 1969 was the last time they ran that. Quite literally ran across the track. By 1970, it was still a Le Mans start in terms of herringbone style.
Yes.
But the drivers were in the cars already.
That's right, yes. It was still quite hairy.
Still quite hairy. And that was the point I was just building up to there, Andrew, that the point was it really was quite hairy because you ran across the track and jumped in the car. So your door catch might not work or it wouldn't start, and you got to do trick things like make sure it's in gear already, jump in the car, get your foot on the clutch already so the car's in gear, press the starter button. Of course, some of these cars, these early ones, didn't have belts. By the 60s, late 60s, they were starting to have belts, and that was getting to the issue. But then you set off, and it doesn't really matter what order. It almost negates qualifying effectively by doing this Le Mans start, because you could trip or your shoelace could be undone or something really, really simple. You run across there and you don't get there. But then you get in these cars and the car starts, engages, gets in the clutch, all works, everything pulls away, and there's another layer of differentiation between the cars moving and running across the track. Yeah. And then is there space, is there not? And you suddenly get 3 cars for 1 gap. I mean, we've seen many things. And what stunned me yesterday was when we did this, was that I thought it was going to be exactly as we suggested. A bit of theatre, they'd all run across the track. Yes, it's great for the photographs, and you drive off that. They didn't. We had cars almost collecting one of these to go 3 turns and come back into the assembly area again.
Look at this, David Drinkwater in this fantastic Le Monstre Cadillac. It isn't the car that did race here in period, but it's
exact. Doesn't pretend to be either.
No, it's an exact replica. Derek's been to the Revs Institute in Naples, Florida, and measured up the original. It was built for Briggs Cunningham, and the Briggs Cunningham collection of cars is now at the Revs Institute.
1950?
Yeah. An extraordinary machine, and I'm sure that really works, that aerodynamics. But it's such a pleasure to see it. And David and his wife have spent so much time and effort on this incredible Cadillac, which is built on a lot of production parts. I mean, it looks a completely wild machine, but it's not. It was 1950. And, the original car was designed by a guy called Harley Earl. They built 4 of these.
Where are they now? You've got the one in the Revs Museum, but it's
I don't know. There? I don't think they survived otherwise. But anyway, they did race here at Le Mans. And the main driver was a guy called Phil Walters. And 2 days before the start of the race, he managed to collide out on the road with a farm cart on Heures corner. And they did manage to fix it. Now, it's off our screen now. It is not completely the same bodywork, because at the back it's a little bit higher because they've got a roll cage under there. So it's just a tiny bit higher. That's another.
A nod to safety.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Roll cages probably wouldn't even thought of back in 1950.
Ah, no, I don't think they were. Just a very rare Czech car going through a Skoda, and indeed got Czech drivers in it, Stanislav Kafka and Michael Velebny. So a 1949 1.2 litre Skoda sports racing car. I knew a guy called Martin Svetnica, and he escaped across the border in a sports racing Skoda back in a long, long time ago. Suppose we'll just consider a little bit the Gaillards. Look, they're sharing the rare Panhard.
It's a Panhard monopole, isn't it, with a gull-wing door?
Yeah. The Jaguar that's on pole position, Peter, was the second ever D-type they produced. And got a very good history. Some really eclectic cars here, aren't there? Rare machinery that I've never seen before. Yeah, the OKV1 car that Heures is driving was Jaguar's highest finishing entry in 1954, which was the first year that D-Type competed here. Car battling fuel starvation for much of the race, and in the end it was only a lap behind the winning Ferrari. And Duncan Hamilton, who raced that car, he went on to buy it and finished second in the Reims 12 Hours, and then it moved on through different owners, but absolutely lovely car.
Just a little sort of aside whilst we build up to the start of this Plateau 2 with our Le Mans start. We have got drivers with lids on either side of the top. We've got to just talk about roll cages there. You mentioned that in the Cadillac that the rear deck of that car is slightly hard to incorporate a Cadillac. It's got me thinking. We said in those days it didn't come about. And again, all the things you just never really think about. You take it for granted. And
no.
I've seen some of the beautiful roll cages implemented by Lanzanti in the GT40s and things now that didn't have them in a period. Have a guess when the first roll cages came about?
Go on.
1964.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's as recent as that. It was a former saloon car racer, John Ailey.
John Ailey.
Ailey, sorry, no. Ailey Bars.
Ailey Bars, yeah.
That's how we found it, because after a serious incident. And by 1971, the FIA decided to make those mandatory in motorsport, and a homologated cage was born. That's why it was still, but those Porsches and GT40s, we're talking about 917s and GT40s at Le Mans late 60s, when Jackie Ickx wouldn't run across the car to get in there and not put his belt on and start the first stint of the race with that belt. But he was still racing a GT40 around Le Mans without a roll cage.
Yes.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Just how these things evolve naturally. And it's John Ailey, by the way, then actually left the company, he set up safety devices.
He did indeed, but he was also well known for driving shoes.
There you go. Do you know what the first real application of them was?
Go on. Mini?
Land Rovers for the British Army.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because soldiers will roll them over, you see, then you lose a soldier.
So a lovely little...
It's a weight of rations then, you see. Land Rover's fine, you can replace that.
Lovely little Italian Oscar MT5. Trying to remember if that's the model that Sterling Moss won the Sebring 12 Hours in. Drivers getting ready. Now, they do all run into the cars and they do roar off in true style, but then they fall in behind a pace car. Well, they certainly did in the earlier race, didn't they?
Well, I wouldn't be at all surprised if there was some. I don't want this to be the case, but if there were some incidents, because it was really quite close yesterday.
Oh, it was very close. Yeah,
a lot closer than you and I were expecting. Put it that way, Andrew. It was just. I thought it was going to be I thought they were going to run for theatre, get in the car, as you say. Then after you, Claude, be a bit sensible. But see, this is the problem. You see, you take drivers out of the car, but you can't change the mentality. Put them back in the car.
Absolutely.
It all goes to pieces, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a little bit of fun. And sometimes somebody a bit further down the creek gets the jump, don't they? But the big problem was because people jumped in the cars and didn't do the belts up. That's what they're worried about.
Yes, and I think that was
actually... Or they were sort of trying to do the belts up while they were on the first lap and all
which
that.
Means you're not concentrating.
No,
it's not ideal.
No.
You know, Mike Wilde was saying they wouldn't mind driving a GT40 round Le Mans. That's now. You know, in the big race, it was is the contemporary car of the time.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be sitting around there trying to put your knees up against the steering wheel, trying to do your belts up.
Oh. Interestingly, this is a group that we haven't seen, we haven't commentated on, because they had a race before we were on the air, didn't they? Is that what happened yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. Here's a storied team. Lotus 11s had lots of top drivers in it, just not seeing them there, but I know it's an ex-factory car. And we did spot the Jowett Jupiter, flat 4 engine, cars built in Bradford, and the Jupiter was a sports car, better known as the Jowett Javelin, and one of the first cars I ever went to, because my father had a Jowett Javelin, and he got a big job with the steel industry up in Wolverhampton, or Darlaston actually, and he was then given a company car, which was a Vauxhall Cresta. Well, it wasn't nearly as good as the Jowett Javelin he privately owned and then sold to get the company car. There's a car with some nice pattern. We've got some Jaguar XJ120s in this. Here's one right in front of you. The 01. France, Augustin Sabati-Garat from France. He'll be racing that. And that's an interesting little device. Find out all the entries, it should know. Yeah, it's not a Porsche 356. We've seen some replicas, haven't we, on the road? But that was a so I didn't. It was off at a funny angle. Sort of recognised it immediately. Those early Porsche 356s just had 1300 engines. There's a lot of discussion here on this. Do you think it's Jean-Francois?
Most likely.
So Julien Majoub there.
Could be Jack Fred.
It could be Jack Fred, yeah.
Which effectively is the same thing in French, isn't it, Jean-Francois?
Yep.
Sounds far better than French, doesn't it?
Well, they do it in French, don't they? Don't really do it. Got the old Anne-Marie, haven't we? But a jigsaw crash helmet. Oh, these are nice shots. Just look. Get off your phone, mate. You're about to start the race.
Heures just put his thumbs up. He's listened. There you go.
We said this is one of the smaller grids, Peter. I think that
it was slightly
it's not that
tongue-in-cheek.
small, is it? And
72 cars now.
Yeah. Yeah, most of them had about 7. I think 70 is the limit, isn't it? Then there's a few more, but they're reserves. So you just squeeze some of them in sometimes. Our cameraman going all down the drivers, getting ready. Pointing to his sponsor. Double thumbs up. And an interview going on. And look at the grandstands. Lots of people up there.
Enjoying the sunshine here at Le Mans. Basking in the sunshine, as you should be doing.
I believe the best part of 200,000 spectators here. We always say that there's about 60,000 Brits come to the 24 hours. Well, I don't know how many Brits there are here, but there's an awful lot of them because we've seen all their cars everywhere.
And on a serious note, out there in the sunshine, enjoying that and enjoying the racing, but do remember, guys, to drink lots of water and stay hydrated. The house we were staying at last night, there's two French couples that came to watch them on, and they were chatting to. They said, "Oh, I find it so hot yesterday." And they're indigenous of France, and they were still saying it's still too hot. So just do remember to stay hydrated, folks. It's a hot day out there. What is the temperature out there at the moment? I shall check.
Well, I might be able to also check on our timing screen.
It's not too bad. It's 20 degrees, but it is predicted to get to 25, which will be probably pretty shortly because we're past midday now. 13:12.
Correct myself. I said I thought it was a maximum of 70 starters, but I see this one has 74.
Okay, yeah, 72 on the actual, 74 on there. That might just be that we've got a couple of reserve going round, but
I'm looking for the number 59 car, the Cunningham C4R from 1953.
72nd on the grid there.
Yeah, of Alan Rueda, who is very quick. Seen him winning races, not in that car, but I've seen him winning races in Daytona. And if that car's there, it could come through the field, assuming it's running correctly.
5-minute board just been held up to the drivers, although down this end of the pit you won't be able to see them. Far into the grid at the pit in, effectively. 72 cars lined up with a gap enough between each to get a driver in, as they are for this theatrical Le Mans start. Obviously, 72 cars side by side with a gap takes up a bit of room. So the boards are displayed. I mean, it's always one of the things that makes amuses me in this age of technology these days, that you come on a grid and you still have a marshal has a board which is pretty well a square with 2 slots cut in either side to hold it, and it has 5 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, and it's still and it also always amazes me that in the age of technology that we have used pit boards still.
Yes.
We have flag signals, and now they're repeated usually with lights. We still have flags as a backup, and marshals turning out on track. It's physically its way, but we have a light system. But years ago we used to have the start of a race was, well, years ago it was the national flag of a country it would be in. So tricolour here, which we do see waved here, the Union Jack at Goodwood, etc., or Union flag at Goodwood. In more contemporary racing now, it was the green light. Then we got rid of the green light years ago because nobody went on the green light. Everybody with an ounce of sense went when the red lights went out.
Yes.
So they disposed of the green light completely. It's now just red lights, as you see in F1.
Famously, way back in the 1960s, at French Grand Prix, mainly at Reims, Toto Wolff was not the first big Toto in motor racing. Toto Roche was the starter, and he stood in front of the field, waved the flag and ran for his life. It was done theatrically, deliberately. And then at Watkins Glen, there was a man called...
3 minutes, clear the grid.
Watkins Glen was a man called Tex Hopkins, who waved the checkered flag, and he leapt in the air with the flag waving madly. And a lot more theatre than the lights just going out.
Well, in the Hankook 24-hour Creventic series that we also cover on a radio show, that series, one of the things to do, it's modern GT3 cars and others, and touring cars, TCR cars, and one of the big parts of the pre-grid is to have the trophies on display in the middle between the front row, and then the cars are flagged away either side of the trophies. As in, don't start weaving because you'll take out the trophies. So you don't want to take out the trophy you might win a bit later in the day. You'll pick it up with a dent in it.
Yes, they did that in Daytona, and it was raining so much the trophy's full of water. Yes. So they're getting ready for this.
So the grid has now been cleared of personnel because they're helping get these cars into position, and of course some of these cars will need external batteries to get them to start, because typical racing car, one of the big things you want to on a racing car is save weight, so it'll have a small battery to do what it needs to do, not anything extra.
You were asking about the temperature. I pulled it up on one of the pages of the timing screen, and not as warm as we thought. So it's saying 21. Track temperature 33.5. Still hardly any wind. Humidity 52. So yeah, didn't feel as hot as
very
yesterday.
low wind speed as well. It's just 2.1 kph wind speed, so that's nothing. All the more reason to stay hydrated, because there's not a lot of breeze around to keep you cool. So we're a matter of moments away. The tension is building. To these drivers are going to run across to their cars. You wouldn't think it's some of them. No. Look at that. Some of them, some hands folded, arms folded, hands folded, hands behind the back, arms folded. Standing in front of the Richard Mille sponsorship.
The car you should look for is the number 34 Aston Martin. That's a DB24. You've raced those extensively, Peter.
Well, DB2 version of it, yes. Yeah, well done. In fact, David Reed, who's runs that, owns that DB2 that we race, he's here supporting one of those cars. Might well be that car, actually. I know he and his good lady wife Anne are here, so shout out to David and Anne Reed. Hello. And everybody else. I know the Aston Martin Owners Club have got their own marquee over on the Bugatti circuit, which people can go and get a glass of champagne and stuff in over there. Yeah. If you bought a ticket on the way in, obviously.
All kinds of curious cars in this. Renault 4 CVs, the Saab, a thing called the Aero Minor, which is another Czech car that we did look at yesterday, and a DKW, and of course the Didier Bonnets, the DBs. There's several of those, and well, probably 7 or 8 of them, but also a Jaguar XJs. As the flag goes off, they run. Who jumps into the car first? Well, Halusa was very quick as a young man, isn't he? But he hasn't fired it up
away first, though, is it?
No, he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to fire up.
He's not even going yet.
No, he's got to be... What's happening here? He finally gets it fired up.
Well, I would say if that was a real start, that would have put Halusa into the 15th, 20th position. Now, one of the Mercedes there with the gull-wing doors, the SL 300, driving away and putting the door down as he moved away. As we said, it's all about expediency, getting there.
A couple of cars.
Cadillac's done a great run.
David Drinkwater went to look at his car yesterday. No, day before yesterday.
The Mercedes gull-wing hasn't got the doors flowing open again.
Yeah.
So out of reach now to get it, so probably safe that he leaves it up there for a few moments.
Yeah, the heel is getting a bump start. seem very happy, does it?
No, I think it started in quite a high gear, so it's a bit over-fueled. Look, it's got a side exhaust on that. Look at the black smoke coming out of the exhaust. I think it's just over-fueled and just needs to clear that.
Yeah. With this extraordinary Le Monster replica, we went to see David yesterday. No, it was on Friday, and he was asleep, and I don't feel we should wake him up, really.
That's unlike you to miss a journalistic opportunity and to not let somebody sleep instead.
I did once doorstep Alan Prost in a Portaloo in Monaco.
I'd imagine that went well.
Waited for him to come out. He did actually, went very well. I've got it on tape still.
Of course you have.
Yeah. Oh dear, that lovely
Lancia Aurelia.
I like Aurelias.
Stopped already. This is the number 29 entry, which hopefully will be able to be recovered before the genuine start of the race. That was, I say, just
it's the Spanish one, isn't it? Yeah.
No, they're Italian Lancias.
No, but it's Spanish driven.
I know.
Carlos de Miguel, that's a good Spanish
I just
name.
did that for a response.
His co-driver, I'm not sure if they're both driving it, he's got a great Spanish name. He's Jorge Benito Diamatopoulos.
So a bit Greek there as well, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
At the end, yes.
Triumph TR2 there with the works colours. Triumph's raced a lot in the 50s with a lot of success. Helped build up the TR2 brand. They raced Triumph Spitfires here as well. Sadly, the Lancer has been pushed back. See, it has got a Spanish sponsor on the side of it.
TR in terms of Triumph related to, of course, Triumph Roadster.
Oh,
that's all it was. Because the very first car, which is...
Do you know, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's all, that's all
Triumph
it means.
Roadster, TR.
Yeah, because the Roadster was what we in the UK call the Bergerac car.
Yes.
Which was a series on Sunday afternoons.
I remember it in Jersey, yes,
John
loved
Nettles
it.
as a private detective, and the car, rather like Morse, who drove a Jaguar.
He
did that, and I'm sure a bit like Maigret in France had the Citroën Traction Avant. And so that, you know, these synonymous cars with these TV characters, and it was a Triumph Roadster, and then they built a second one and thought, well, what do we call it? And somebody went, we'll call it a TR2. Yeah. And there's right on cue, there's a TR2.
Yeah. I think that's the works colours that they ran here with the yellow band.
Yellow Nigel Webb's apparently is the phrase. Mouth, it's called.
Oh, right, now there's a Nigel Webb C-Type. There's the...
I just hope the hinges are strong on that Mercedes, because I wouldn't want to risk that driving all the way around.
The lovely Aston Martin DB3S with a big history.
Yeah, works car, 62 EMU. 62 and 63 here. That car being run by Chris Woodgate, son of the late Rex Woodgate, passed away sadly, head of Aston Martin Sales North America. I think the Mercedes has got the door open. Motor was out at the Silverstone Classic last year because we raced against it in the DB2.
Do you think you might be doing that deliberately just to get air into the...
Yes, I'm just not sure if I guess it is allowed, but it's formation lap. I mean, I think from my thoughts would have been from the theatrical Le Mans start back into, well, they do the whole lap, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes, technically it still is. So I guess it's not the formation lap, is it?
No.
So this is actually completing. So they spend a lot of time doing a lap, which is at this pace has got to be what, 10 minutes to do a lap?
You would think so, wouldn't you? Yes,
this time.
Absolutely.
So to do that, to get the car back, then you can shut the door. Then it'll be into under race orders, effectively. So that's when it'll need to be shut for, and then they will do a formation lap. Although it's not a standing start, is it? Everything's a rolling start here.
Lotus 9 going through. That was the red car. All kinds of
Exotica.
Yeah. Here's the Jowett Jupiter. Not have a roll bar like that in period. They did race here. Jowett's.
Is that Panhard at the back? 23?
DB Panhard, yeah.
The DB Panhard?
I believe so.
Panhard.
It's a Panhard. Monopole X,
I thought it was just a
86,
Panhard,
1956 was DB Panhards and Panhards, aren't
That's
they?
right, that's right. I
I
thought it was just a Panhard, that one, yes.
got Francois de Gaillard in it. There used to be a Grand Prix driver called Patrick Gaillard. We got a bit of a replay of this start. There's Lucas Halusa having a bit of a problem getting the fastest car in the race away. I don't know how you could describe the monster, really, the shape of it.
Big and experimental.
Experimental, yeah.
Of the time, you got to remember, it was 1950, for heaven's sake. It's they were trying all sorts of crazy and wacky things, and as we alluded to yesterday, Andrew, that we'd had the war from 1939 to 1945. This race had been stopped from 1940. There was a running in 39, but 1940 to 48. And as we said, passenger car development basically was put on pause. So we're talking something only just really sort of 5 years after the war had ended. And they were trying all sorts of crazy things. I mean, we mentioned even back a decade later in the 60s, you put a helicopter jet engine into a car. We've seen that race today. So why not? It was something interesting at the time. Are you looking at the Jowett?
Oh no, I'm looking at the Lotus 9. The chap just walked. That's why it's away.
Which will now always be referred to as a Jackie Eakes, won't it? Doing a Jackie Eakes. Jackie Eakes doing famously for the 1969 start of this, the big race here, 24-hour in the GT40. He and Jackie Oliver sharing that car, went on to be Formula 1 driver, drove Lotus at the time as well. Jackie Eakes Formula 1, Ferrari Formula 1 driver. Jackie Eakes made a stance, refused to run across the track to his GT40 and walked across, did his seatbelts up, and then started, obviously dead last. You couldn't make it up. It's a Hollywood script. Liberty Media would love this one. And he came through to the end to win the race on the very last lap by still, as I think, the closest margin ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
He and Jackie Oliver in the GT40. So it's made a point. That's when it did actually stop there, 1970. They didn't do it any longer.
Nice to see TR2 well up there. The grid based on the fastest time these cars did in their previous event in the night, presumably. Or was it just as dawn was breaking this
I guess a little bit later, probably, probably was dawn, wasn't
it? So actually this is the penultimate race of the 20-odd we've had over the past 2 days. Nice to see so many British sports cars there, the Fraser Nash, the Jaguar, the Morgan, the Jowett Jupiter. And then behind that, Talbot Lago, which is the French Talbot company, as opposed to the unrelated English Talbot company. Here's a quick one, just to get you going, Snowy. Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, but it's not a modern replica, is it? No. It wasn't really a replica at all.
No, it was a phrase. My father was mentioned this one. It was a phrase used by Fraser Nash because it was they had a Le Mans car, and they built replicas of their own car to sell to the public.
They built more of them.
Yeah, so it was called genuinely in period as well. That's the point.
Yes,
it was called the Fraser Nash Le Mans replica.
Yeah,
and there is a famous tale years ago of the sadly missed Robert Brooks, the auctioneer.
Yes.
Great supporter of Goodwin and all things British motorsport and racing. But when I think it was Mark Beattie, who's gone on to work in America these days, but one of the junior auctioneers at the time, an entry was being received or accepted for this, and he turned to Robert Brooks and said, what are you going to do? He said, we've got a Fraser Nash replica. Robert Brooks mentioned said, I don't want any replicas of ours. No, it had to be corrected that it was exactly what we just said. No, it was made by Fraser Nash. They called it a replica, but I believe that to be perfectly true. That just get back to that 1969 race. The Eakes won by 120 metres after 24 hours.
See, Heures has got back into the lead, or the front, shall we say. And in fact, now
he's harassing the pace car.
Yeah, he's got Cooper Bobtail behind.
Doing a Max Verstappen.
Cooper Bobtail being the only rear engine car. Charles Cooper being very much a pioneer of putting the engine back, having taken up the idea that Auto Union had before the war, of course. But other than the Auto Union, all racing cars had the engine in the front. Oh, what a super critical motor cars, look at this. Another great reason to come to this Le Mans Classic. We haven't been told, Peter, how we presumably next week they'll start putting tickets on sale.
I'd be surprised if it's even next week. I wouldn't be surprised if you can start buying
them
tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Yeah, on their website, probably right.
Why waste and wait a week?
A little bit of...
that took a while to get
a little bit of
that.
Yes, I know. A little bit of Aston chat maybe on the DB3S that's right up there near the front.
Yes.
The leakers, and I think that's a car with a great history, that particular 1950.
We'll take one of the works cars. We've had some of... We talked about some of the... LM cars earlier, we were called the pre-war cars, and this is the DB3S from the 1950s, as it would be in this category. I'm just going to look up a little bit of history for you. Well, we come up to the start of this.
I think
Andrew.
just really to say that from that they went to the DBR1 that won the race in 1959.
Yeah, I mean this was it's a softer car. I mean I've been very privileged to drive both those models. Wolfgang Friedrichs very kindly let me drive his DB3S many years ago at Silverstone. And it was a lovely. You could see how it was a gentleman racer's car.
Yeah.
It was potent and it would be taken seriously, but it was not a raw, hard racer. A DBR1, just a little bit different, to say the least. So they're just coming into our site for the end of their formation lap, Andrew, and I think this is the safety car guy that puts his hand out the window traditionally, doesn't he? He's not going to do it now, of course, now I've mentioned it, but once the safety car lights are out, it will peel off.
And he's already on it, isn't he? Young Halusa. Seen him earlier on today. He's a very fit-looking young man. And I've got an idea that the family live in the UK. I think he certainly does.
So, race underway. A little bit of argy-bargy going up further down the field into about 20th position. Young Halusa, though, making great his escape. The DB3S Aston, have a look at the inside. Get past the C-Type Jaguar. Aston Battle and the Healy getting involved. They were going to get three abreast into...
Oh, that Healy was diving.
The Healy's got down the inside of not one but two. We've got one retirement already. I'm guessing that hasn't even made the end of the formation lap.
No.
We'll see what that is. They've done some work on the front of that, getting that car back in. I can't see what it is. Can't see a number on it at the moment, but it will do. But Halusa got away there from the Cooper Bobtail, but it's the still the Aston Martin DB3S that's up in third place. The C-Type and the Healy are still duking it out. The Healy getting sideways and making the track really wide for himself. That's allowed the 41 Mercedes SL down the other side, trying to go around that. That's the car that had its door open during the formation lap. We've now got another Healy into the back of that. Looks like 104 just behind this. But this is the first lap of a 43-minute race, and once again, we've got cars literally almost trading paint, because they're not. Wouldn't be the right thing to do, but it's as close as you can get without actually trading paint. And so the battle for what is effectively fourth place now is going to be about a 4, 5, 6-way battle. Quite extraordinary. Coming to Tête Rouge for the first time, heading up to the first of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight.
Check out the crash helmet of that Healy, because that's a Healy that Emanuele Pirro is down to drive, and he talked about it when we spoke to him on Friday. But we'll sort of recognise his helmet if we see it.
Well, it's certainly a very modern style helmet, so it might well be that Pirro is in that car to start with. The Aston has made its escape for a little bit for a short while, but it's now got the C-Type on the back. And of course, this was the battles that we had in period when these cars were new. Certainly Aston Martin and Jaguar for sports cars on, and sell as many road cars as you can.
And Christian Traber well up there in the very rare Fiat 8V from 1953.
Focusing on the cameras are focused. Sorry, our camera is focusing on the just change that. Was on chicane, the first one, to watch some of the details come through there. So I'm just looking at that.
Yeah, here's the second one.
So that's the car that stopped on the formation that's got going and then stopped again, and it ends. I'm trying to work out what the car is. It ends in a 4. The number, that's not very helpful, I know, but
it's not that other it's not that other Czech car that we looked at, is it?
Ah, no, it's definitely an engine issue, because you're going to the radiator grille and bonnet, very light element, all integral there. Drivers got out, and as you can do that, you can work on the car yourself. No outside assistant allowed, of course, but he's trying to sort something out. It wouldn't surprise me if it's a Czech car. It does look
well, the Czech Skoda is 44.
Well, that's a good possibility then. So is this Piro in the number? No, that's a TR4, isn't it?
Yeah,
TR2,
yeah.
Sorry.
Left-hand drive one as well. I presume that's a French plate. There's
French
Nigel
or
Webb,
Dutch?
or maybe Dutch, yes.
Yeah.
So the T39 Cooper bobtail.
Very different in its colours, in a pale blue, sort of a reverse Golf, isn't it? Sort of
Yeah,
pale blue
yeah.
with that what I call that mouth. I don't know whether that's a technical correct term or not, but the sort of the grille air intake aperture,
Yeah.
often painted and surrounded by so like the Works Astons, like the DB3S we can see in 4th place there. That's got a yellow flash. They did the Aston Martin, highlighted
Yeah.
the shape of the radiator. They're still distinctive on Aston Martin, part of the branding, and also the wheel arches. They did them in yellow, red and blue, so you can distinguish the cars at night a bit easier.
Yeah.
That's what it was for, just identification.
Yes. The Cooper there, that's one of the bobtails that they built. I believe 25 of them survive, and about half of the ones they actually built originally, designed by a guy called Owen Maddox, who worked together with the aeronautical engineers at Hawker to design that. And that's how the bobtail came about. And some good history at Le Mans. The bobtail finished 3rd in 1957 in class, with Jack Brabham and Ian Raby driving it. And it definitely helped the sales then, and they sold a lot more cars, both in England and America. Lucas drives nicely, doesn't he, in the second ever D-Type that was built.
Yeah, there's the famous OKV1, is that the one you said?
Yeah, it's the car that finished second at Le Mans. Obviously a very early car. Just loved the fin, always loved the D-Type. I have driven one on the road actually, and I've driven a replica as well. It felt pretty well the same, to be honest.
Now I'm looking at the body language of the 54 Healy. That's the one that may well have Piro at the wheel.
I think that's Piro's helmet. Piro's helmet certainly had bright red on the top of it. What does our timing stream think?
It's got all 3 listed, you see. It hasn't got any one in particular. It's certainly by the body language of that car. You've got. I mean, I'd love to go and interview him and ask him that. You've won the race here
5 times,
not once but 5 times. And what makes you want to drive a Healy round here? But I think we know the answer.
And
probably.
You've got to remember that we talk about him winning here 5 times. Had a pretty good Formula 1 career as well. Did Emanuele Pirro on podium.
Not too shabby as a driver is basically what we're saying, isn't it?
No, and a lovely guy and a tremendous enthusiast. I think you were there when I did the interview on Friday. Just so much enthusiasm. That Mercedes is making ground, just about to overtake not Nigel Webb's C-Type, the other one there. Yeah, that C-Type's driven by Hans Martin Schneeberger from Switzerland. Had a few names to conjure with, haven't we, over the last 2 days?
Just a few.
Little Renault 4 CV stuck in the mix. But Snowy, you told me you've got an affinity with Austin Healey's, particularly the earlier ones.
Yeah, so a little bit of history. My father had 106 when I was born, and of course in those days you you were brought home from hospital in your first car, and it was one of those, which was quite. I guess that's where it started. I remember the Healey's dad then went on to. He went to. Well, he had two MGs, TCTF, TR2, TR3, Healey 106. Healey 3000, so he went pairs of British cars, and then suddenly went and bought an Alfa Romeo Sprint GT. It was like, and at the time you can imagine it was like, Dad, what are you doing? I was a nipper, but all these friends I heard said, well, why have you gone European? Why have you gone fancy and exotic and whatever? But the dial was soon reset when he went and bought an Aston after that, and that was it.
Here's the monster. Nice shots of that going around. It boggles the mind, really, that somebody's thought, I must build a copy of one of those.
Well, it's a unique and different car. We can, just in fairness, we must clarify that Andrew's using the phrase "the monster." It's called Le Monstre.
Well, the French
it was the French media that named exactly the French did. So it's very appropriate.
It's a Cadillac.
It's not our phrase. It was named at the time. They called it.
It's a Cadillac prototype. We would say in these days, and we're going to see Cadillac.
So yellow flags just being waved on.
Somebody parked on the left-hand side, look, just climbing out of the car now.
I think that's the Skoda that's tried to get round again. It looks like that shape of car. They've had a third attempt to get that car going. Nothing on our timing scheme illustrating that, but it is waved then straight onto the green. That's just on the Mulsanne, isn't it? It's over the crest there. So if it is Pirro that's in that Austin Healey 100S, he's running up to 7th place at the moment. It's best time of a 5:41. Should put it 2 seconds quicker than the 250 MM. That would have been worrying, wouldn't it? 250 LM in this category. 250 MM Mille Miglia Ferrari from 1953 of Meyer and Franklin. Now, is Franklin driving this one? I think he is.
I think he is, yeah.
So Emmanuel Pirro in the Healey 100S is 2 seconds quicker than that car, which would put him on pace just a bit up to 5th place, but of course he's got to catch that first. 6th place, my apologies.
HK Engineering, interesting company. They just specialise in gold wings. German company. And I think they worked out of an old schoolhouse or something strange like that. Recall a couple of these cars came over to the Daytona Classic 2 or 3 years ago. I remember Googling it then. I'm pretty sure they certainly work out of some very interesting premises, I think.
So Lotus on the...
Lotus 9, isn't it? Yeah.
It's on the right-hand side.
Right. Early Colin Chapman design, but with those fins to provide stability on the straight. Subsequent to what we saw in the Alpine, didn't we, yesterday? Much bigger fins.
Yeah, much more for stability, wasn't it? Which is aerodynamics. Early sort of forays into using aerodynamics rather than just being a slippery shape through the air to start to make it do something for the benefit of the car.
Yeah. Just have to point out that Lucas Halusa is 10 seconds a lap faster than his nearest rival, so he's obviously pulling well away. It's the Goddard Cooper in 2nd place, the Jaguar C-Type of Nigel Webb in 3rd, and then the Silicis, we're not sure which one is driving the DB3S, and then the Mercedes-Benz 300 SL of Festdorf, and then we think it's Emanuele Pirro. Then I'm sure it is actually in the 64, and then David Franklin, the lovely Ferrari 250 MM from 1953, and then we've got Healey, and then we've got the Lotus 11 Lotus 9 we just saw.
Something we failed to mention, who's a stalwart of, I'm going to say British, but certainly European historic racing, is Martin Stratton.
Yes.
Who's out he's in 11th place at the moment in the number 68 Porsche 9356 500 Speedster, showing that with its owner. Graus and Vercoutier.
Not sure. We'll see Martin's greeny helmet, won't we? Maybe.
Yeah, very distinctive. Danger Mouse.
Yes. Or Mighty Mouse. Yeah.
Mighty Mouse. Whatever. He's quick. Call it what you want. Quick.
And he's been quick for a long time. He's been quick for 20 years. My best memories in driving a 6-wheel Tyrrell, of course.
Of course. And of course, before that, the 007 car? No, 007 would be 003, wouldn't it?
03.
03. the 1973 car. Two-time thoroughbred Grand Prix champion in 2 different Tyrrells, owned by Simon Bull. 2
Aston Martins running together with different grills, and I pointed that out in the pits yesterday, and you told me why.
Yeah, just an early shape. It is the 54. It wasn't the 44, it was the 54. No. So yeah. It's the Aero Minor Sport.
It is the other Czech car.
Yeah, I said it was a very small engine when it came. Now, our first pit stop here, 77. That's the Maserati 200S of the Gudjins. And we've also got one of the TR2s, number 12, into the pit. So there's no pit window yet. In fact,
no, there's no pit window
2 minutes. 2 minutes away, just under. It's just
so we've got time just to tell me why the grills of the Aston changed.
Oh, it's just an early design. I think it was quite basic. It's very angular.
The first
frame.
one looks very basic. And
yes,
it's sort of just the second version is refined, but the car's almost exactly the same otherwise.
Yes, no big difference there.
KV, so PKV. There was lots of Triumph racing cars. OKV, KV, I think being must be a Coventry number, is it?
I don't know what it's called.
I've been seeing these grills again. Look, that's fun. Well, maybe that's our director being very clever and listening to what we're saying.
Now, there is a slight difference there because the split screens on those cars. Quite literally, it is absolutely flat glass.
Yes,
like an early Beetle.
Yeah, they're side by side now. The two of the
and a Jaguar XK120 trying to get into the mix there with the fixed top, trying to look down the middle. I'm not cool whether it's fall short on that. Oh, is that a B series engine? It's a TR.
Yep.
Yeah. I've got a cam cover like that. Sorry, rocker cover.
Better old truck engine. Yeah. List of people have driven it, or what it's done, down the side of the door. And a bit of a distributor problem, I think. Nice little aero screen on the front. And so sad that part of the British motor industry has disappeared. I mean, we still build a lot of cars in the UK, but have many companies owned by UK. Virtually nobody do.
The engine's running there on that TR. They just had a camera in there looking up close. The 62 EMU, the armfuls of lock, and that's one of the things we miss on being able to look into the cockpit of these cars. 62 EMU there, works DB3S, coming through Arnage, and if that car had got a roof on it, you never would have seen that. But it had a little, very graceful, very deftly controlled drift coming out of onto the exit there. You saw the armfuls, a lot going on because it's open top. We can see it and see the driver working that, and that's one they say one of the Silicals in that car. And it's father or son, we don't know who's in the car first. Might see it the driver change if we get to eyes on that. But absolute bucketfuls of opposite lock to keep that thing looking from the outside. It's a bit almost serene, wasn't it? It's like the swan on the water. It looks serene above water, below water. It's working really hard.
So 62 EMU, so chassis number 6, and it's the most successful of the works cars. Originally built with a closed coupe bodywork, crashed in the 54 Le Mans race. The original bodywork was destroyed. It was rebuilt, and for the 65 season with the open bodywork, and it came second at Le Mans. It was then sold off.
65.
55.
55,
right?
Yeah.
And then the car was sold off to, I think, the Whitehead brothers, and in 58 finished second again.
Yeah.
So he's got a fantastic history.
Great history there. Yeah. So surprising number of the pit window is now open.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, that Fraser Nash replica's been pushed away. That's very British. This is very French next to it.
It's a Panhard, isn't it? Number 23. Yeah. It is Panhard monopole.
Yeah. The Gaillards driving it. Again, a sort of gull wing. getting out. And Halusa still lapping much quicker than anybody else, and just on a faster sector 1 as well. So he's over half a minute in the lead.
Set the fastest lap of the race so far to 5:08.7. That compares to, he's 2 seconds off that pace at the moment. But you say just picked up at the pace quite a bit, but I say by 3 seconds, hasn't he, at that first sector?
Yeah.
So maybe he's on for a quick one now. Assume he's going to hand over to his father in the second half of this.
Lots of the Gaillards, so they can't all drive the car, can they? Well, I suppose they could. You see, you could have 2 in one race,
yes,
and then the next race you have the other 2, and then so you can do anything you like, really. Here's a DB. That DB we saw was Dominic Baldy and Hugo Baldy, and got a 757cc vertical twin engine.
That was some of the things at the time.
Yeah.
We went around the paddock, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Or Friday.
Oh, really hanging the rear out of the bobtail. See it again.
Perfect drift, just got it turned in. Oh, I say perfect drift. Well, he was actually catching it, a little bit too much power there for it, and got on the gas there. Turned in nicely, and then got to the mid part, the apex of the corner, and just got on the gas a little bit early. The back stepped out. And there was quite a lot of steered angle on to catch that. Yeah, we had a look at that panel, didn't we? And it was air cooled, wasn't it? As well? Yeah.
It basically had like BMW motorbike engine.
Yeah, I mean, pretty well, but again, very, very efficient. And we had
very light.
The index of performance, then later the index of thermal efficiency here at Le Mans. So cars were built to rules necessarily, not necessarily just big and scary to go up at the front.
And there has been an initiative here this weekend. 2 or 3 cars have been running on a new fuel.
Synthetic fuel.
Yes, produced by Aramco, I think.
That's right, that's correct. Yes. David Clark being one of the guys using that in the... I just thought the Cadillac was going very slow. That's because it's coming into the pit lane. David Clark and Pierre Fillon, president of the ACO, ran their 904 Peugeot on Aramco fuel, or Aramco synthetic fuel. I think David was going to run the Lotus Elite on that as well, though we haven't covered that race yet, so not been able to talk about that one. But all part of a move towards greater sustainability and awareness of the fossil fuels that we use to go motor racing in general, and awareness of the planet.
I think that's Pat Drinkwater. They're cleaning the windshield for husband David. She's been very much involved in this project. A good look underneath it. More spannering going on. And that's the DB. Look how narrow those rear wheels are.
Well, certainly it's not just the width, it's the track as well.
Baldy, Grabowski and Berthelot.
Those are real names, not nicknames.
Did the Tour de France look? Second Tour de France, which year was that? A long time ago. We're talking Tour de France Auto, which still runs.
Yep.
Well, Heures and TR2.
That's Heures again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who is now up to 5th position.
So here, the car which was running in second, it changed driver, it kept whichever Goddard it is, stayed in it. Kind of strange, a French team running a very British car, built in Surbiton. Charles Cooper, and then ran the factory and designed the cars, and then his son John took over. And one of the best deals he did, of course, was to lend his name for the high-performance versions of the Mini, which he also helped develop. just waiting for the 1 minute 30 to tick over. Out goes the oh, look, we got is that another? I'm not very good on these old French cars, are you?
I'm just trying to get a look on that. Eyes are trying to get the number.
40 something. It's another of those. Is it another? It's a 47, which is.
So I can't
not
find
on my original list.
No, exactly. Well, I've got a 47, which make it a Renault 4CV.
Yeah, that's what it is. Renault 4CV.
Driven by Patrick Henry.
Not Henry Patrick.
No.
No.
And Julian Sauner.
Classic garage. Sticker on the front, look. Sebastian Berchon of France driving that. 2.6 litre engine. Heures, of course, best known as. You think of Healy and you think of 3000, don't you?
Well, you do. They've always used the term, big Healy. And that, in actual fact, they're actually really quite a small footprint. Yes. To do with the physical size. It was the fact that they'd started with a 2-litre engine, gone to a 2.6. Yeah. Then they put a 3-litre in it, and that meant big Healy, just meant big engine. Yeah. But it was always slightly misleading calling it a big Healy.
And it's a car that works as a race car, but also very much works as a rally car as well.
Which is ridiculous because the road car was so low, you couldn't go over, a cat's eye without taking the exhaust system off it. Never mind modern day speed bumps, but it worked as a rally car, as you say.
Yeah.
Those famous works, British Leyland colours at the time, BMC at the time, British Motor Corporation, wasn't it? Red with the white hardtops, carried on through to the minis, etc.
Meyer in the lovely 300S Maserati. And Lucas Alusa just carving his way through the field. Having a very good weekend indeed.
Well, that's just gone and jinxed it.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Well, round the outside of one of the back markers, shall we say, for want of a better question, coming up to the end of the lap. Some 17.5 minutes will be on the clock when Luca Alusa comes across the line, a little bit less actually. And he's coming to the pits, so perfect time for that. So it's 17 minutes 30 to go. He's coming into pits. So now we'll find the answer, Andrew, whether he's staying in the car or handing over to his father. Lots of lock going on there to wind OKV1 round, the second D-type ever made. Yeah, his father is the CEO of Apax Partners, very well-known financial institution in the UK. He's chairman, actually. He was the CEO. He was the chairman. Well, this is his son. And I don't think he's going to get out of that car, do you? It's not looking like it. Oh, no, yes, he is. Belts are coming out, so there is going to be a driver change. So Dad's standing right there saying, right, my turn, out you get.
Or is it Ames getting in?
Yes, my apologies. It will be. Sorry, it's
I'm not sure.
I think it is.
He's got his, I don't know his helmet. It's got his name on it. It seemed quite short. So, well, I wonder if our cameraman could get round and focus in on the helmet just to help us here. So 3 drivers listed to only.
Ames, it is.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he hands over to a British driver, must be one of his mates.
Perfect direction there, thank you, Andrew. And cameraman responded.
Well, I think
perfect teamwork.
You've got to say,
makes the dream work?
Teamwork. You know, the directors worked beautifully here.
And have done all weekend brilliantly. Yes,
we're very pleased with the pictures they're getting.
Alex Ames, indeed, that multicoloured lid, taking out the period-coloured number 16 Jaguar D-Type from the lead. This is a 1954 car.
Yeah, as I said, a very early car.
Yes, second one ever made. So we'll see difference in lap times now. Sorry, my question was, will we see a difference in lap times now? Because Luca Halusa did a 5:07.339 on lap 4 in this very car, making it the fastest lap of the race. Pit window closes in just over 2 minutes. It's counting down as I speak, and that will make it basically by the time I finish this sentence, it will be 2 minutes left of the pit window. So 27 minutes 50 odd of this. My apologies, I'm reading the wrong bit. 27 minutes of the race gone. So 15 minutes left of the race now, just clocked under that. So we're just going into the sub 15 minutes. It's a green flag all the way round at the moment. No incidents. It's pretty incident-free, this race. Actually, we had
yeah. We had a few cars pulling off.
What was the Czech car that tried 3 attempts to go off, wasn't it? The Aero, didn't it? Aero Sprint. That had its issues. Number 54. On formation lap and tried to go again. I think he had 3 goes to try and get back up to pace, but wasn't quite able to do it. At the moment, though, at the top of the field, it's British cars dominating. We're talking Jaguar D-Type from Cooper Type 39, Aston Martin DB3S up into 3rd place, Jaguar C-Type in 4th, Austin Healey in 5th, and it's 6th. That's the Austin Healey, by the way, of Emmanuel Pirot, 5-time Le Mans winner in that 100S. And it takes till 6th place before we get a non-British car, which is
the monsters
Franklin run Ferrari 250mm. That's got the Presdorf Mercedes-Benz 300 SL right behind us. Then we go back to British cars. So Le Monster, the Cadillac, has decided to enough is enough.
It is a bit like a wedge of cheddar cheese. Alex Ames, this is why, had a big incident. What was happening there? It was
very odd. There's a bit of smoke appearing from the right rear, so whether it had a lock-up or something.
I think it had a lock-up, didn't it?
Almost like a
gearbox,
half shaft seized or something, or a bearing, but it certainly threw the car around a bit, and I wouldn't imagine that's the easiest car to work on either.
No.
Because it's so streamlined, you've got to get all that bodywork off it. But he's got it well out of the way now. American
racing colours, of course, because it was built for Briggs Cunningham. And that's the guy that's climbed into the D-Type, Alex Ames, has come up through Formula Ford racing and then into historics.
So pit window has closed. Yellow flag zone at 1 and 2 for the moment. Not a slow zone, just a yellow flag for the moment. I'm intrigued to see, it's a first, you can't count this first lap, so it's going to take us a few minutes to get up to this. I'm intrigued to see what Alex Ames, I'll get this right in a minute.
Put your teeth back in.
I've just stretched my legs out. I accidentally kicked Andrew. I'm too busy trying to apologise. Sorry about that. I'm getting drivers' names mixed up. So, Alex Ames in the Luca Halusa driven, initially Jaguar D-Type, has taken that car over, and Luca Halusa was at a 5:07.339 on lap 4, giving it the fastest lap of the race currently. But of course, this lap is out of the pit, so that doesn't count. So we've got to wait another few minutes before the car comes past again to see a representative lap.
A lot of flames out of that Mercedes. So
what we're racing against next month at the end of I think it's the end of July.
Oh, we need a new coil here. Look.
That's the Triumph TR2. That's not the first time that's visited the pits, this car, is it?
No, I haven't got much time to change this, have they? Now, I don't know if
it's almost as if, I think what they're doing is that the coil has failed, and rather than waste time instructing replacing it, they've put another one in and cable tied it to the bracket, made sure it's tight, made the connections there. The coil, if you're not sure, it provides the there's 2 sides to the ignition system, what they call LT and HT, low tension and high tension. It provides the high tension side, i.e. the bit that makes the spark, that goes to the spark plug, that ignites the fuel, that makes the engine run in the first place. So it's pretty important you've got that fuel being compressed. If you haven't got a bang, it's not going to go anywhere.
No, and they're quite notorious for failing as well, aren't they? Yeah. It get hot,
which we said before. Exactly, they're not exactly the most friendly environment sitting in an engine bay there. But this is what we said, didn't we, earlier on about cars and reliability so many years ago. Things were different. we have systems now that are just so much more reliable. And I would say that's leapt in reliability in the last 20 years. Robert Brooks, John Brooks, I keep getting the two mixed up, when he was in here yesterday, was telling us about the Bentley's EXP or whatever version it was at Le Mans, when it had a water ingress into its electrical system, and that was 2001 or 2001. That was a particularly heavy. Oh, now the 35 Healey.
Oh, how did he get there?
It's done nothing. Well, it's just had. I don't think there was any contact, but he's done well to turn that back to the gravel. Right, that's at the Dunlop chicane. That's going into the left-hand part of the first element, just in front of the Pressdorf Mercedes that's just come out. But there's no apparent contact. There's something on the front right, but I just saw the end of it. Hopefully we won't see a replay. That indeed we do. He dives down the inside of another Healey. Do they touch? No, he just decides to turn sharp left, and I think he must have thought
he didn't want to hit him, did he?
Exactly. The gap was closing, so fellow Healey driver, and he doesn't want to hit any car anyway. It's a non-contact sport, and he just jinked left and just got caught on those Sochi curves. We've got 27 is a retirement. That looks like one of the little Lotus Mark 9s. Indeed, it is. That's the Regent and Matea car. Number 27. Driver not in any rush to get out of that. Again, one of these cars with a very modern roll hoop and of substantial proportions on it.
I'll have a little Coventry Climax engine in it. And it's going again.
We're re-enjoying, yes. So waiting due to be out. We didn't realise where it was. It's one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne. It's the first one. Because it goes that way, so it's the first one, and it's obviously had some pull behind the tie barriers there, very professionally and safely from both the driver and the officials, as you'd expect at this level, and obviously got the car sorted. We didn't see the build up to that, but obviously got the car sorted, and then just great to see. It's almost like sort of rugby and referees, isn't it? Sitting there waiting, you didn't think to get back out on the track, but no, just waiting for the instruction. When it's safe, the officials know what they're doing, and that's exactly what he's done, and just rejoined quite safely.
For some of our younger listeners, when I said the Coventry Climax as an engine, they may not know the history, but the beautiful aluminium engines originally made in the war for fire pumps.
It's a fire pump, wasn't it? A light mobile engine to take to site, wasn't it?
But then, of course, they got into racing in a big way, and they went on to build a lot of successful engines for Formula One cars and many other cars. And I think he was called Wally Hassan, the boss of Coventry Climax, and ultimately eclipsed by Cosworth, really. But they had 1.5 litre V8s, they had 2.7, but also
it's about a 1.5 litre V8.
Yeah, and I love that Aston. It's, as you said, car with a lot of success.
This is what I've done. You see, I've converted it over the weekend.
Yeah, but the company that.
Just bear in mind we're driving back to England tonight as well, so we've got more Aston time in the car.
Yeah, there's a company called Crossweight and Gardner who have built complete pre-war Grand Prix cars. That's an incredible company.
The Auto Union for one of them, no less.
Yeah, and Mercedes in Buxted. They build completely new Coventry Climax engines, particularly the 2.7 4 cylinders. But they might build some others as well, and do an absolutely great job. Fascinated when I went round there a few years ago. C-type. And these TR's going well, isn't it? That number 12 car, being driven with spirit.
Yeah, the C-type, obviously the predecessor to the D-type, but
I'm looking at that AC Ace that's going through, and look at the number plate and thinking, I think that's a well-known car.
I think you're right.
Success.
So the C-type we've just been talking about is the number 25 car, right? This is battle for third position, right behind the Aston Martin DB3S. So that's Nigel Webb in the 25 Jaguar C-type from 1952. So a 3-year older car than the DB3S it's chasing in front. Oh, we've got one of the DB2s off in the gravel.
Should have had you driving it.
Yeah, well, it had been off earlier. So number 14 that is, and that's buried. That's going to that's going to cause at least a yellow flag, if not a little bit more, I suspect, because that car, no matter what it is, will not come out of there very easily. Let's see what's happened. We've got it here on camera. Oh, he's lost it on the way in.
Yes.
So it's bizarrely, that's what I said about drum brakes. It's a tight left-hand corner there. It's had a front-right lock-up, so he's had to get out of that, and that's like the car pendulum motion to swing back again, and it's thrown the back of it round.
Is that Indianapolis?
I think it is Indianapolis. I think you're right.
Indianapolis being the corner, of course, at Le Mans,
yes.
Not the town and the racetrack in Indiana. And of course it is, yes, of course it is.
Once again, I haven't got that on my list. 14, it's very clearly on the side of it. So which is car 14 on the list? Don't tell me it's an Aston Martin DB2, because I know that bit. It's who's driving it. I'm intrigued. DB2 Sports 76. Oh, I've got it. It's DB2. Michael Verhoeven is the guy that's put that car in there. We've got Guy Verhofstadt also out in the DB24, former Belgian Prime Minister. We're on to our final lap already. That time suddenly disappeared there. We've got, it always catches me out here. I've got to got to calculate or factor in the circuit length. We've got 4 minutes, 20 odd seconds to go. I'm thinking, what have we got last lap? Because it's an 8-mile lap, so the fastest lap that we know is Luca Lucia in 5 minutes. So it's going to be that long, isn't it? So now we've got that's
Fraser Nash replicas, the second one that stopped. I think. Just back to that AC Ace we saw, VPL 442. Way back when I was a young kid reporting races.
Cool, it was way back, wasn't it?
There was a guy called Bob Staples, very quick in AC Ace. That was the car he raced. So I saw that car racing, period. I thought I recognised the number plate, but I think he's done a lot since as well in historic events.
So Le Mans Classic, and we've got classic commentary. Look at that.
Well, yes.
Just works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Age-appropriate commentators.
Well, that's right. Yes,
we'll never catch on,
Jack Eakes helmet.
That would be something, wouldn't it? Jackie Eakes, an historic car at Le Mans.
Yeah. Bit of discussion going on.
That was the Lotus that was behind the barriers on the Mulsanne, wasn't it?
Yes,
they
got
came out,
it back.
So obviously got it back. So perhaps he's just said, I just need to get the car back, but it's there. And it's certainly no rush to jump out of that car, but I can't see.
Gaël Rijon just driving it with Jérôme Le Mataya.
I think he's just turned it off. So this battle for third place is going to go right down to the wire, quite literally. Nigel Webb with the headlights on, ablaze in that Jaguar C-Type, hassling the Selecki Aston Martin DB3S right in front of it, but it's all to play. Now we've got back markers are going to come into play here. There is a gap of 1.3 seconds between these two, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm recreating what happened in period. This battle between these cars. Obviously, the Aston's a little bit newer, and the of course D-types came in 55 to then 54.
Yes, as our leading car is indeed. So our camera, I'm sure, is going to switch to the leading car fairly shortly on the final lap. This battle captivating for third place here. What's going to be on the last step of the podium? Is it going to be an Aston Martin? Is it going to be a C-Type? Or at the moment, the Mercedes SL has helped enormously at the chicane on the Mulsanne, because it's just tucked in. The Aston's got in front of that, just giving him just a tiny bit of breathing space. And exactly as I predicted, the director has quite rightly jumped to the leading Jaguar D-Type, who's looking, the driver's looking, this is Alex Ames, isn't it? He's looking busily down into the cockpit. Is there a problem with this? He seems to be fiddling with something a lot around about the dashboard area, and I don't think that car's got a great deal of pace on it at the moment. So this
I think you're absolutely right.
This could be a total change. It might be the camera foreshortening that's thrown me. I don't want to create a load of drama that isn't there in the first place, but it did look like he was doing an unnecessary amount of work on the dashboard. On an old car like this, there won't be things like that to do, like resets and engine maps like there are on modern cars. But back to the Aston Martin Jaguar C-Type battle. It's still in the favour of Aston Martin at the moment, but that may change, and it doesn't really matter who wins this battle, as long as there's a good good race. Now, we said it was 1.7 seconds, it's 0.9 between them now.
So,
the Aston Martin having to weave a little bit on the straight. The Jaguar's got slightly superior pace there. I don't think it's going to be the Aston. I think the Jaguar's going to go on around the outside. Indeed it has. The Jaguar has got down the inside. The Aston had to let that through. Now, can he get it back? The Aston's going to be nimbler. We're coming up to Heures, are we not? Yes, indeed. Coming to Heures. Now, the Aston's quick on the exit, but it can't do anything about it. The Jaguar's got the superior pace, but there's a Healy in the way. This is where the last bit of the lap is going to help the Aston Martin, because it's going to be lighter and nimbler than the... is it slow pace again? Have we got a yellow flag?
I think we might have, yes.
We've got a slow zone. We've got a slow zone, which we can't see.
I think that might have been the situation with the D-type, actually.
Correct. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, so I think he was probably looking down to make sure he's got the right speed with some kind of little modern calibration system in the car to say at this pace. I think that's what Alex Ames was doing. So we were right, but not for major. Now, this is interesting. The green flag has come out at the end of that slow zone bit. The Jaguar has picked up the pace and disappeared up on the road, but the Aston Martin has not. Meanwhile, on the literally last bits of this lap, we have the Heures and Ames driven D-Type OXV1, the second Jaguar D-Type ever made, still out racing, and here at Le Mans. Would have raced here in 1954 in period, and it looks like, all things being equal, it's going to take a win here today at Le Mans Classic 2022. It's got the fastest lap of the race already, at a 5:07.339. What did Alex Ames do in that? His last lap was a 5:20. You can't count the 5:28 because it was a slow zone, so it's irrelevant, unfortunately.
So here he is in the Porsche curves, heading towards the checkered flag, the wonderful sight, the most evocative sight of a Jaguar D-Type coming again to win at Le Mans.
Absolutely glorious. I'm just sitting next to you, and you've just said a Jaguar D-Type winning at Le Mans. You've said a Ferrari winning at Le Mans. I love the way you say that at the end there, because we're so used to it. We just say it without even thinking about it. Jaguar D-Type into the Ford chicane for the last time.
Turns left, tiny bit of curb, slides it out. Well, he is a Formula 4 driver, Alex, or waits Formula 1. No curb there, though. Comes out using most of the road, accelerates towards the checkered flag and takes the checkered flag, and a win for the Heures Ames Jaguar D-Type car with a great history. And here is the Cooper coming in second place, trying to find a way around the 356 Porsche, which is getting... well, balking him a little bit. Doesn't really matter. He's way ahead of Webb, and finally he finds a way around the Porsche, and he takes the checkered flag. And then, in fact, you had to get a bit of a hurry on, didn't he? Because the T-Type of Webb was only 2 seconds behind him at the end.
It was 8 seconds before.
Yeah.
So yes, it did. It nearly got that there. Yeah. So unfortunately, Aston Martin did not get to go onto the podium. Not quite sure what happened to that there. It just seemed to just not pick up again after that slow zone. Maybe just missed it for a moment.
Lots of different classes here, but I do see David Franklin and the Mia-owned Ferrari 250mm won its class. The Mercedes won its class. The Healy of Berchon won its class. Lots of classes.
Can you imagine, Andrew, back
in... 59, famous Brumus number there on the T-shirt.
Can you imagine back in 1954, when that D-Type was new, the second one ever built of their new car, and it came here to Le Mans? Can you imagine if somebody turned to you then and said, by the way, in 2022, this car will still be winning races here?
I know.
You would imagine, in what world, what witchcraft do you speak of? What word would that be possible?
And you can jump in it and turn the key and it starts. Absolutely. It doesn't need a computer. I did say I've driven a D-Type on the road. Indeed I have. It had incredible... It was a JCB-owned car. It had the most incredible torque. It was so easy to drive, Peter. That big 3.8-litre 6-cylinder engine, absolutely fantastic. Well, the early ones had 3.4-litre engines, didn't they? But it was terrific. Well, you've driven E-Types, and it effectively the same motor. You know? Oh, big thumbs up. There's the ex-Bob Staples ACAs then, assuming it's the same car and not a number plate that's been cloned or whatever. There's a C-type. Somebody's got Sotheby's and RM on the side of it. Maybe the guy works for them.
It'll be racing in different series where you have to carry the type of
could be,
sponsors the series.
yeah,
So you know, sort of like Motor Racing Legends and Goodwood
right.
decals.
That's a nice TR2. Shame that the Triumph Spitfire Le Mans special cars weren't racing. My old mate David Hobbs raced one in the book Hobbo. He went from the Lola GT car, the big 4.7 engine, 1 year, which was the forerunner of the GT40. And the next year was in a Triumph Spitfire, who wasn't going down the straight so quickly. But it was a decent paid ride, you know. It's a young racing driver.
Exactly.
Know,
so still got cars coming to the finish.
Yeah, there's
Andrew, going through on orange. That's the Lotus
9.
Lotus 9, the number 24 car with a much simpler roll hoop. Now we see a car there without its roll hoop. Is that a Maserati?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Or
is it the Oscar?
It could be the Oscars. Like I said, it's a bit small for a Maserati, but
yeah. But of course there was a connection.
Yes, of course. I'm just saying a bit small. You're right. It's the Oscar, the '63 Oscar, I think it is. But okay, a particularly tall driver in there. But then you do see actually without a roll hoop behind it how prone he does look.
Yeah, well, I hope to get thrown out and bounce. And a lot of drivers got thrown out and bounced.
There was what they called the Jumpers Club, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There was the elected, if they got so far into the incident, they realised they weren't going to.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to be end well by being in the car. They'd opt to let go of everything and virtually jump out of the car just before it impacted.
I think Maston Gregory was the famous guy for doing that. Yeah. Went on to win Le Mans in 1965. Didn't jump out then. Yeah, that's Oscar MT4 from 1955. Marshall's waving their flags in appreciation. Some fine racing. Yeah, that's the MT5. Sterling Moss, when he won the Sebring 12 Hours, was in an MT4B. So this is a slight iteration of that. Lots of waves to the crowd. So one more race remaining, but a bit of entertainment.
Indeed.
And kiddie excitement before then.
Yeah, we've sort of had a slight change of from our printed programme that was given to us, Andrew. So it doesn't matter one bit. We will just we will talk about whatever is actually happening in front of us, as it is our job. You want the programme?
Yeah, please.
I thought you were trying to reach across my wallet. They
no, well, it wouldn't be worth it.
Exactly, not worth it. Yeah.
Because we're going to have highlights. We'll just check these out. The Halusa D-type going immediately into the lead. Nigel Webb there in the C-type. Racing wheel to wheel with the DB3S Aston, as they did pretty well the whole way through the race. Lovely sports cars from the 1950s. That's the DB3S. Healy's going well. Emanuele Pirro, we think it was.
It was Pirro that got so punchy at the start. That's why it was, yeah. Looking for a 6th Le Mans win, wasn't he?
Yep.
Max Jackie Eakes.
A very interesting mix of very different motor cars. From a little Czech car that had its problem. But it was all about the D-type, really. It was about Lucas Halusa, who then came in to hand over to Alex Ames, who did the last few laps without any problems. The Goddards are two French Goddard brothers, we believe they are, in the Bobtail Cooper T390, T39, going home second, 21 seconds behind. There it is, the blue car with the orange nose. Lots of action. Fraser Nash is getting involved. English-French battles going on there. absolutely fabulous. There's the Frady Jonas replica. There's still this battle between the C-Type and the Aston, side by side. Nigel Webb goes through. And there, the D-Type, see the change of helmet. Ames taking over for the last few laps and takes the checkered flag. And Super Race, we hadn't seen the two earlier races in that category, so it's great to see those cars, and another Heures win.
Yeah, that way we get to cover all 6 plateaus as well, don't we, through the course of yesterday and today.
Confirmation of the results on our screens, as I said. A victory by 21.6 seconds. And going through, it started over 70 cars in this race. Ridiculous, really.
Yeah, I mean, I did say very slightly tongue-in-cheek at the start of that race, did I not, that it was one of our smaller grids, Andrew, with a mere 72 cars on it. And in fact, just to put that in perspective, in our timing screens here in our commentary box, that requires not 1, not 2, but 3 timing screens.
And we haven't got them, we've only got 2.
We haven't got them, it's exactly the point I was just going to make, yeah. So we get as far as 64th on there, so the last 8 cars are not on our timing screen there. We can't actually get to see those. I'm sure we can go on to the system there. But, again, a bit of a British day in terms of the podiums, all the top cars running on here. It's Jaguar, Cooper, Jaguar, Aston Martin, quite a good mix there, and 2 Jaguars on the podium, sandwiching the Cooper. The D-Type coming out victorious of Luca Haluza and Alex Ames, and that being the D-Type from 1954 and the C-Type from 1952 from Nigel Webb, which I think would have been on position for possibly getting to second place had that run probably another lap, I'd say. And that's, I was going to say another, it's only about another 5 minutes, isn't it? So if another lap, that might well have done that. It was Mercedes-Benz of Presdorf, the number 41 entry, the 300 SL that was 5th. And back to a brace of British cars, Notting Hill 100S and Jaguar XK120 in 6th and 7th. We've got a Fiat 8V, which I always think is a V8. It's not, it's an 8V. I always think it's V8 the wrong way round, which it is, technically, but not quite what I'm thinking. Maserati 300S, then another Healy 104, Triumph Allard AC Jaguar. We had the Ferrari 250mm of 1953.
And talking of Ferrari's got a Ferrari demonstration.
Yeah, leading into nicely the Ferrari demonstration. This beautiful new road-going Ferrari out on track, and absolutely must look absolutely gorgeous. We can see it through the windows here as it goes past the commentary box any moment now. But I'm going to have a quick look at it in the sunlight, because it's fantastic. It looks amazing on the cameras. What it must look like in real life is quite extraordinary. We can't get outside to the commentary box, but we'll see it go past any second now. I can see the reflection appearing. There goes our BMW road car ahead of it. And there's the tracking cameras, and there's absolutely gorgeous, the sunlight glistening off it. The TV does not do that justice. Of the colour of that car is absolutely extraordinary. Part of this, whilst it's a bit of a demonstration, is these cars being driven around side by side for some tracking and photography shots. As you can see, the cars in front with John Brooks told us yesterday that what was the phrase? Was it chirping or chimping or something? Called it in the back of the cars there. There's a phrase for it. Keeping side by side, and it's. Do you know what? I don't know if you've ever done any of this. I know you've been involved in all sorts of journalism, Andrew, but I've done a little bit of tracking work like this. I don't mean on the track, what they call tracking, as in filming it and sitting there, and you have to go around at a set pace and keep a certain distance. And it's a discipline. It's not as easy as you think it is, because and I've done it unfortunately in racing cars, which don't like being driven slowly. So they're breathing and they don't want to breathe, and you've got to dip the clutch and blip them to keep the thing running, and that then disconnects the drivetrain, so you're not at the right speed, and you want to pick it up and just floor it and go, because the racing car's meant to work in that window of performance. It's not meant to sit behind the van being filmed, and it doesn't like it, and it objects.
I have a little story.
I thought you would.
40 odd years ago, I was sitting in the offices of Motorsport magazine, and the switchboard operator, who had those back in the day, came on the phone and said, somebody's ringing you from America. They want to speak to the editor, Mr. Bill Body. I said, okay, I put him through. Bloke explains that he is the art director or something for a TV commercial for BF Goodrich Tyres, and they wanted Mr. Bill Body to go to Road Atlanta to film a TV commercial. Mr. Body was not there. Mr. Body never found out about the phone call.
Oh dear, how did that happen?
Well, he wouldn't have gone anyway because he didn't like flying. So ARM stepped on a Pan Am Jumbo and headed there. And they were making 4 TV commercials, 4 different people, one being John Bishop, the founder of IMSA, and there was some Porsche racing driver, and I can't remember who the 4th person was. And for some reason, I think he was called Harry Bisek or something, and he was the racing driver, and he was meant to be do the driving, but he did his commercial, but then he had to go, and John Bishop had to go, and I finished up doing not only my TV commercial, but also the driving for all the others. And I was absolutely convinced that I had done this in a Chevy Camaro, lap after lap. Blokes hanging off motorcycles filming me. Okay, they gave me, BF Goodrich, well, they gave me 2 things. They gave me a cheque, which was the equivalent of half a year's salary for me, and they gave me a copy of the TV commercials. And for a recent birthday, I had it converted into a data stream to show to the little group having my birthday lunch. It's hilarious, actually, but this is the funny thing. I wasn't in the Camaro at all. I was in some station wagon fitted with these TX radials. It's a new radio. They'd gone from Crossfire. Yeah. But I'll never forget it. I was a bit more
to radials.
Yeah, a bit more to that. One thing we haven't mentioned, just looking now at these cars ready to parade. Before we go on to that, very quick, just to finish on the actual track action moment, the Ferrari going round. I'm thinking of those 2. I'm going to put this out here because I'm not fully up to speed with modern Ferraris, the exact models, but I think those going out is the new Daytona SP3. If it is, that's, I think you're right. Is that why we've got all the styling around the back?
Correct.
Which is very,
If it is, that's a $2.2 million car.
Wow.
2 of them out there, so there's $5 million worth of cars out there, dollars. I think that's right, and if I'm wrong, please don't hesitate to phone in, tweet, Facebook, something, and correct me. I'm not fully up to speed on modern Ferraris.
Yeah.
That is a new car. That's what I'm thinking it is.
Yeah.
Andrew, you were saying about this grid going
out. I was just before that. I was going to say we haven't mentioned the fact that, like most of the big historic race meetings, there's been an auction going on here in parallel.
Art Curial, yeah.
Art Curial, and I don't know the results of that auction, but they were trying to sell on behalf of Renault the RE40 03 chassis, driven by Alan Prost in the 1983 season. And so that was on it. It's a rare car, and I hope somebody buys it.
What was the price guide on that?
Doesn't say. I do hope they don't just whoever buys it doesn't put it in a museum. And there was a nice, decent 935 Porsche being sold, apparently ready to race. And also they auctioned off a crash helmet been signed by all the winners of the Tour Auto. So, wonder what the results of all that was. So
now, of course, we're going to move on very slightly in a minute, Andrew, because we said there was a slight change of order in the programme. There was indeed, because we should have, we've just had Plateau 2 race. Yes. We should have had then Little Big Mall race for the children in those wonderful cars, which I was looking forward to talking about, because they're just, some of the models and the effort that got into that is unbelievable. They're works of art.
Yeah, they are.
We haven't had that. We have had the BMW parade already.
We've had the Ferraris, haven't we?
And we've now had what I'm saying is the BMW parade happened before our Plateau 2 race. So we obviously get slightly out of sequence today, but we just bear with us. We've had the Ferrari parade, what we believe is the car I've just described, the Daytona SP3. But we have got now one of the grids that we haven't done yet is the Plateau 3 grid.
I made a mistake. I said that was the previous one was a penultimate race, because it wasn't. This is the penultimate race.
And of course, this is a little bit more of my era of cars. Some of the cars here I've raced a little bit or do concurrently. Again, it's quite a tight window, actually, Andrew. It's only 4 years, and that's for 1957 to 1961. And what you can expect to see out there is an eclectic mix. It's again a small grid. I joke, but it is. It's going to be 40 or 50 cars at least. But we've got Healey's, TVRs, Lotuses. Take your pick. All sorts, and we've got some Astons. We've got a DB4, at least one DB4, if not two DB4 GTs. Yes, we've got two. One is worth mentioning largely because it's got young James Alexander. Tom Alexander owns the car, has done for many, many years. It's an off-white creamy one, and it is known affectionately as the ice cream van. That's its genuine nickname. But more importantly, it's got Tom's son, James, driving that car today, and he's only 20 years old. He's done a bit of racing in a 968, and he did do a test at Donington and had the good grace not to be any quicker than his father in it. Close, but not quicker. Went very well this morning, setting, I think it was a 5:02. Dave Jack of Aston Engineering told me that. I know Tom was certainly very proud of his son and his efforts in that car.
Yep.
But the reason I'm really saying this is not because it's an Aston, but you're 20 years old, and you're given your dad's Aston Martin worth a few million quid.
Yes.
And where does he suggest you debut racing it?
Yeah.
Le Mans Classic.
Yes.
Yeah. Not a little race at, say, Mallory Park or somewhere else, a provincial in another European country. Obviously, other countries are available, as we say. Yep. But Le Mans, what a place to debut a car like that. And I'm not even going to be so rude to suggest what the value of that car is, but I've got a rough idea.
Yeah, yeah. So this is the race we talked about earlier with Ollie Bryant when we restarted our broadcast, and Ollie will start number 2.
Yeah, he did. I've got to say, actually, he disappeared pretty quickly. I need to go and get ready. I thought he was in the last race. He's had an hour and a half to get ready.
Well, there you are.
He doesn't need to get himself psyched up that much. He's too professional for that.
Anyway, he'd won the first 2, and so he needs to win the third. The opposition really comes from James Cottingham in the Tajero Jaguar, and Lucas Helusa again in the bread van, which has been going well, and there's Joe Macari in the D-type, and Adrian Newey's son Hamilton, who had been a very successful driver in LMP2, raced here at Le Mans recently, is named to also drive that D-type. And then we've got the 55 car, which has got James Wood in it. Now, I spoke to James this morning. You know, he's a Haggerty brand ambassador and so on. He's driven a lot of cars, doing cars for Nick Mason. And he's got a bit of steam coming out of his ears. Of course, in the night, there was going into a slowdown. 2 or 3 cars came by him, going much faster than him, and they didn't get penalised. So he's not too happy about that.
Sorry, who was that? I missed who that
James
was.
Wood. You know, he's, as I said, he's raced a lot of cars over the years, but he's quick in another Lotus 15, which he shares with Everett Lauman's daughter, I think it must be. But I think he'll be doing most of the race anyway. We've got TVRs in this, look, and Lotus Elites. Now, there aren't many Lotus Elites here, and none in the famous Team Elite colours, which, as we discussed earlier, same as the Sid Taylor Racing colours. But Lotus Elites had tremendous success here with drivers like David Hobbs, drivers like John Wagstaff, James Allen, the sometime journalist and broadcaster, and man behind the boss of Autosport magazine these days. His dad, Bill, raced here. Bill's still going strong. And there's a Deep Sanderson. Have you seen? Do you know about the Deep Sanderson?
No.
A guy called Chris Lawrence, who did a little bit of Formula 1 racing. Designed
Chris Lawrence, wasn't he involved with Morgan?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
So there is a Deep Sanderson, a really rare piece of kit. What a strange name to give a car, the Deep Sanderson. Why would you do that? There will be a reason. I regret to say I don't know what it is.
For now, but you will find out. I know you will.
Oh, no, I don't think I will, actually. I mean, it's a famous Google, but I'd love to see a car. And they did race in Le Mans, you see. That's the thing. They built some single-seater racing cars as well. Designed by Chris Lawrence, as I said, using a Triumph TR engine. So the name of the car is derived from Lawrence's father's favourite piece of music, the jazz standard Deep Henderson.
There you go, you see? I said it wouldn't take you long.
Lawrence's mother's maiden name.
The power of modern technology.
But it is. So it's a Deep Sounds and racing cars are born out of Lawrence's interest, Chris Lawrence's interest in pursuing his racing career, and in particular driving single-seaters. But at Le Mans, Lawrence was absolutely hooked on the 24-hour race. He won his class here in '62 in a Morgan, so he was determined to return here in a car of his own design. That's what we're getting here. This car that's racing, I believe, has got a Downton-tuned mini engine in it. A little bit of the story of the Deep Silence. Lotus 15s will be the cars to beat. There's a couple of Lotus Elites, but not the sort of factory Team Elite ones, which were the de facto works cars. Morgans, Healers, very British group this.
I've just looked up the Alain Prost RE40 Renault that you said was in the Art Courier sale yesterday. I don't know when it's been sold or not. I can't get the results from it, but the price guide was 800,000 to 1.2 million euros.
Yeah. I think sort of well-known Grand Prix cars, that's the sort of area, isn't it?
As opposed to a 1993 10-year
newer
Williams Renault FW15 show car.
Yeah.
Which is for 40 to 80,000.
There is a Elite in the Team Elite colours, but it's not one of the old factory cars. They just happen to copy the colour scheme. There's the bread van. Are you versed in the bread van, Peter? I mean,
yes, it's Count Drogo's car, isn't it?
Yes.
It was
a 250 GT.
Because they wouldn't sell him a GTO.
Yeah. So
that was basically, he said, I'll do my own thing then, or words to that effect.
And they called it the bread van because of the shape of the rear, but I don't think anybody's ever delivered bread in it.
No, it has been done. There is a photograph on exactly. There is a stunt. It's been done. Exactly the kind of thing that you would do. I have a story. I can tell you that we did. It has a loaf of bread in the back to prove the job, because it was a bit like the Le Monster for the Cadillac. It was a term used at the time, and we say Ferrari Daytona. It's actually a 365 GTB4. Ferrari never called it a Daytona. It got that because it's got 1, 2, 3 victory at Daytona in 1969. That's how it got its moniker. The bread van's just a nickname. If anything, slightly derogatory at the time. It was neither a GTO nor something else or a 330. It was just this funny-looking Ferrari. And that's how it got its name, and it stuck with it. And of course now, 60 years on, it's loved and respected and loved for being the bread van.
It went through quite a lot of owners, but I think that the Heures have got hold of it, and because Lucas races it so well, it improves the cachet of the car.
Pretty well.
Sorry?
I think Luca races anything pretty well.
He does, yes, that's true. TVR Grand Tourer there. 2 of them, actually.
Yes, Count Giovanni Volpi. Had it built with the engineer. You were talking about this the other day. Giotto Bizzarini was hired by Volpi,
and it looked like a Bizzarini quite a bit.
To upgrade his 250 short wheelbase GT short was to be competitive to the new GTO, because Enzo Ferrari had refused to sell him one. The reason being there's always a bit more to it, isn't it? Enzo Ferrari had refused to sell Count Volpi a GTO
because
on the account of Volpi had hired some former Ferrari employees at his company, ATS.
Yes.
So Enzo had gone very typically Enzo, as we understand he was. I think you know more about that than I do.
Yeah, well, there was two Formula 1 teams called ATS, and basically they were both a disaster. But initial one was...
So the car had great history in its first place. In its instance, it was a 250 short wheelbase. If you want to know, chassis number 2819. But it had finished in the 1961.
So this is what it started as?
Exactly the car we can see on the screen now. 250 short wheelbase, a white one there. Lasso, that beautiful bit like a DB4 GT Zagato Asset, very similar looking cars at the time. But in its original disguise, it finished the 1961 Tour de France in second place, driven by Olivier Gondobien and Lucien Bianchi.
Yep.
So it was a famous car in its own way. So he'd basically butchered, if you like, or had he baked a car, didn't he, really, out of it? See what I did there?
Yeah, very clever.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
And you didn't comment because it wasn't worth it. I had to
No,
remind
well, I'm sorry, we're getting rather a lot of them now. Oh, take a picture of your car and then climb in.
I think that's potentially James Alexander actually taking a picture of his DB4 GT.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, his dad's DB4 GT. I'm sure it might become his one day. But about to take the start of the morning, and he's even got somebody else to take a photograph of him standing by. Why wouldn't you? He's debuting his dad's DB4 GT Aston at Le Mans. I think I'd want a photo opportunity as well, and certainly in the 20s or 20 years old, that's what they do these days. Be all over social media, that will, probably not. And Dad will say, take it down. Don't advertise it.
So actually on the pole, we've got the Cottingham Tejero Jaguar from 1959.
Yeah, with Max Girardo, James
Yeah, well, I
Cottingham.
think they sold it at auction in 2013. Did bottoms for £200,000, I think it was. No, 382. Sorry, 300. Raced by Jim Clark, Maston Gregory, Ron Flockhart, and Jock Lawrence. I don't know who Jock Lawrence was, and. This was an attempt by John Tejero to beat Jaguar D-Type with a similar engine, and it raced against the D-Types and the Listers and the Lotus 15s and so on, just as it will again here today. And in 1958, David Murray, the famous Le Patron of Écurie Écosse, did run one of these at Le Mans alongside a D-Type.
It's one of the other DB4 GTs on our screen now. Beautiful, and it's navy blue. That's Wolfgang Friedrich's car. And there is a connection why I'm going to mention this for you. Aston Martin DB4 GT from 1960, a very famous car, registration number 1GRE. Used to be run and raced by one Robin Hamilton, who built the Muncher. That's what he really started racing in. And Dave Jack will tell you the story of going to buy that car for, and it is something like, he's going to correct me, of course, but it's only a handful of thousands, and it's under 10,000.
Right, okay,
well under
really.
10,000 in late 60s, early 70s.
And you tested that car or something similar?
No, another one, not actual one. I haven't driven that particular one, but I've driven one of the other ones, a 170 PPL. In this, I've driven a couple of GTs, actually. I might have driven that one, actually. But it's Dave Jack will tell you, he drove it back across country for Robin Hamilton. He said, and it was the most awful thing he'd driven, largely because he's not just his shoes, but his socks and the lower half of his trousers were wet because there were holes in the floor. I don't think it's in that condition now, somehow, shall we say. The car that, do you remember the Burkitt 6-hour race? The car that Girardo, look at that at the same time. Robin Hamilton had a big shunt on the pit straight and the old flat woodcut, it wasn't there, pre-chicane, lotted on the pit straight and put one GRI back into the wall backwards, and it required a lot of chassis work, put it that way. I remember as a kid standing on the wall watching that happen. And again, Robin Hamilton did that. Max, I keep saying Max, Dave Jacks, heavily involved in sorting that car out, which would, he was in his early 20s then. So this is a man that's had a history of these cars, to say the very least. Great to see that out again, and Wolfgang Friedrich's a great supporter of historic racing, particularly Aston Martin man. Normally shares with Simon Hadfield. Again, one of those drivers, I'd put him in the sort of league of Martin Stretton, Simon Hadfield, some of those people that they're just they're professional historic drivers. Ollie Bryant certainly up there, Stuart Hall in there. They're slightly younger chaps in that. You're reading something like you're about to tell me something, Andrew.
But only just more that that Tejero was an early car that Jim Clark raced on his way up. And
that'd be a Curia Costes then, would it?
yes, it was. It was run out of Merchiston Mews in Edinburgh.
Lister Nobley there, a car that you know got the name Nobley.
Well, was it the wife of?
Correct.
Yeah, the wife of Brian Lister.
Yeah.
Called it the Nobley, and then of course they got Frank Costin.
Well, apparently he'd shown his new car that had these very distinctive high-rising wheel arches, drop flowing down again, which gave it sort of a quite accentuated flow to it. Just seen Luca and Ollie Bryant chatting away there on the grid. And because it flowed a little bit more accentuated, apparently it looked rather knobbly.
Yes, and it stuck.
And he said that's what he's going to call it, the Lister Nobley. They said, you can't call it that, and he did in perpetuity. Lister Nobley.
Listers came mainly with Jaguar engines, but you could get them with a big Chevy in as well.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, but like the Spices we saw, the Group C cars, they use it with a variant of the DFV, whether it be a DFL or a DFR. Using DFL long distance 3.5 version, there was a 3.3 as well. But then again, Lister Chevys, quite popular because they're IMSA, of course. Again,
a little sticker saying what the revs are, and that revs for the pit lane, that is. And I'm not sure.
The pit lane speed limit.
I wonder if James Cottingham and is it Max Gerardo are going to share this.
Of course.
I mean, even John Tejero, even replicated the fin for the D-type with this car.
Yeah. So you're talking of Di Tommaso's earlier on, but their continuation cars or the new car. There's also a Lister Nobley continuation car.
Is there?
Yeah, there is indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody bought the name, didn't they, and started building, Still have a Lotus Elite. Fiberglass monocoque chassis. Colin Chapman is his best.
It does have a steel backbone, doesn't it, though?
Don't think so.
Is it not?
Don't think so. I'd have some steel reinforcements, but Google it, find out. There's James Alexander. He's waving. He's very excited. He chatted with him yesterday.
Good luck, James. He doesn't need luck.
No. We're going to go all down these drivers for this theatrical start here. Some drivers still chatting away. Ollie there and Lucas often race each other. Similar sort of age.
About the Lotus Elite, its most distinctive feature was the fact that it had a highly innovative at the time fiberglass monocoque construction, which replaced the separate body and chassis. So no, you're absolutely right. But I thought the Elan had a separate chassis.
Elan did.
That's what's confusing me, because I thought if the Elan, which is a later car, had it, why would the Elite? So obviously they went back to the separate chassis then.
Yeah.
Right. I've got my timeline. Well, the timeline was right. So they've kind of reverse engineered it. So they went.
Well, but they also went a completely extraordinary way, because it had a central box spine with basically 4 legs, 2 legs at the front, 2 legs off the back. They hung the suspension on that, front and rear. I bet you can find a picture of a Lotus Elan chassis there. I mean, they made them for a long time, and very successfully too. Lotus, I mean, we talked about De Tomaso with Chinese ownership, didn't we?
Yes.
Talk about Lotus now with Chinese ownership and investing a lot of money in it. And I think they just announced, haven't they, their last internal combustion powered car.
I think so, yeah.
And they're going electric, because the Chinese seem to be ahead of the game with that. And well, it's a discussion for another day, isn't it? But I do wonder. We talked about,
isn't it, Andrew?
Yeah, we talked about these synthetic fuels, haven't we? I just hope they can really. I mean, Porsche have worked a lot on synthetic
Wolfgang
fuels.
Friedrich's there, his overalls, proudly wearing his Aston Martin owners, and his Aston Martin Owners Club badge on his overalls, and proudly so. Well done, Wolfgang.
You know, sometimes at the Olympics, when they announce the runners in a race, they all do different signs to the camera. These boys seem to pick that up, except him.
He's doing a Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah.
Don't say it, but he's just doing the Kimi Räikkönen to one side. So this, of course, we haven't built this perhaps fairly, Andrew. This, of course, is our last race of the weekend.
Oh, so I did get it right. Is that right?
Yeah, it is. This is the one that runs till 4 o'clock. This is Plateau 3. And our final
That's
race.
right, of course. We started, yeah.
It's
been a long 2 days, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we started with Plateau 4
yesterday. So it's the last race of the day.
Because we had the 2 additional races. We had the invitational races, if you like, with the Group C and Endurance Racing Legends. Then we started with the Plateau 4 of the Classic Le Mans Plateaus grids, if that makes sense. So we went 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3 at the back order. So this is their third and final race of Plateau 3, the grid, and of course it is, as I said, the last race of the weekend. So what a way to end. It's going to be a highlight. This is again what you can cars as far as the eyes can see down the pit wall.
We should say that Ollie Bryant, in theory, is the fastest guy out there in this Lotus 15. Had a lot of success with this car, but he did confide to us that he's a bit worried about the gearbox, and he's going to be taking the gearbox really easily. So interesting to see what happens with that. I mean, James Cottingham is mega quick in that Giro. Halusa's quick in the bread van. And then you got Joe Macari, and will he put Harrison Newey in the car halfway through? We don't really know. And then James Wood will be quick in that Lotus number 55, 1959 car as well.
Yeah, very strong pairing, James Cottingham and Max Girardo.
Yeah.
Then again, so is Graham Bryant and Ollie. Perhaps not quite as strong. I think perhaps the stronger pairing of those first 3 there is going to be the Halusa Ames car.
Yeah, we don't know who's going to drive that.
No.
Well, we know that Lucas is going to start it because he did give Ames a run previous race. And also, just looking down the list here, which is actually based on their lap times, impressive performance by Delaplanque, presumably French, in that TVR Grand Tourer Mark III. I mean, quicker than a 250 GT short wheelbase in a TVR Grand Tourer.
Magnifique d'être là. Merci.
I think we lost a car. Did we lose a car coming out already?
Did we?
68. That be the Oscar? It is 68 is an Oscar in this. Which is the Oscar 1600 GT. Grouse, Stretton, and is that the finish?
Interestingly,
that's right.
Interestingly, we did get a starting grid for this race.
Wow.
I mean, in the old days, you used to go in the press room and you used to be able to collect hundreds of pieces of paper with all the results on it. Here, they've gone all electronic. And it's more difficult because it takes more time than picking up a piece of paper and quickly looking at it. And it does give the names of all the drivers.
Just need to adapt, Andrew, don't we? It's just a different world. We don't need to print as much paper as we used to. So
I know.
We can look it up and have one laptop in front of us.
Yeah, but we need about 5 for all this. That's the trouble. And it does give us. It does give the drivers. I presume they are the starting drivers, and it's rather looking like it when I see the list. Except maybe 55. It's showing Corina Laumann. Everett Laumann, a great collector of cars. I presume the father and
Dutch National Motor Museum.
Yes, the Dutch, and invested in a lot of companies. Invested a lot of money in Robert Brooks's.
Did in the very early days. I worked for them as a catalogue writer in those days.
Did you?
In 1991. Yes.
I think David Clark's in an elite in this.
He should be. He was racing one this weekend, so that'll be.
Yeah.
If he is, then that'll be on the Aramco synthetic fuels as well.
Yeah, that's the number 27 starting car. And with the president again. With,
Pierre Fillon.
Yeah, with Pierre. Who is also listed to drive the 54 car as well, Austin Healy's. I'm quite sure how that. Either he's not going to drive both of them, or they're going to have to time their pit stops nicely.
Well, another one of our theatrical Le Mans starts for our final race of the classic Le Mans weekend, and I can hardly believe I've just uttered those words, Andrew.
Yeah, I know.
The last race, last grid of our weekend, and just before we're not going to, it's a bit early for a summary, but just a few thoughts while we've got this little pause before we get onto this. But quick thoughts on what we've seen. We've gone from, let's face it, we're at the last race now, which is, to me, iconic, glorious. Yeah. But we opened yesterday with Group C cars.
Yeah.
I mean, phenomenal era. We've seen just about everything in between, pre-war cars, whatever. Thoughts on what you've seen so far this weekend, Andrew?
Absolutely magnificent. Just the spread of cars, seeing how automobile technology has certainly progressed over the over the 7 decades we've seen here, and so many rare cars. Just so massive, just so many drivers, so many racing cars, so many events. And we've been concentrating on the racing, but I know that this particular event also has so much else going on around it, doesn't it? We've just mentioned the auction now, but there's up in the village, there's all sorts of stands. There's all these major motor manufacturers showing off their latest wares, cars we've never seen before, like that latest Ferrari we just saw on track, the Data Masso making their comeback with their new Chinese owners, all these things, and in a lovely part of the world as well. And it's just
glorious weather, as you said at the opening of our show yesterday. It's been absolutely bathed in sunshine. Yeah. And I think from a racing point of view, something that you said a couple of times, that history repeats itself.
Yeah.
We've seen countless battles on track in each of these grids that happened in period. Maybe one of the exceptions was perhaps the Plateau 1 with the 20s, 30s cars, as you said, because the Bentleys have pretty well stayed stagnant, with the Talbots got developed a bit more, so they had a little bit more of a margin than perhaps they had in period. But we've just seen prior to this Aston Jaguar battle, 3S and C-Type. We've seen it down the order of GT40s and T70s and all sorts of things racing exactly as it was. And it's no matter how much we think we've developed them, but I think your big point there really to me is not just the safety issues that have come on and been developed, but the technology as well of the cars and how much more reliable they are now. Yeah. If you look at through this range of cars we've seen, which is effectively covers, let's say, we're 1 year off it being an anniversary of Le Mans. And look what we've seen there. And
I suppose I should have said 9 decades.
Yeah, exactly. As I said to you earlier, we said we look at timing screens. We spent our lives doing it one way or the other, Andrew, and we look at it and we say Tajiro Jago 1959, and it becomes a phrase. Yeah. You don't actually associate or put the context of the year next to it. We did those pre-war cars, and we're just saying it's a 1927, so you're thinking it's 100 years old.
Yeah. The other thing is, and what makes this meeting so fabulous, is that this is a great racing circuit. And people tend to forget that a little bit. And I speak to young drivers when they're here, having made their debut, their first time they're racing here after practice. I've done it several times. So I never realised what a great track this was. There's so many different colours. You've got your very slow R9s. You've got the technicality and very fast Porsche curves, and you've got Eau Rouge, a very tricky corner. It's got and it's long as well, of course.
Eau Rouge? You've got to Spa?
Did I say Eau Rouge? Tetra Rouge. Go from water to head. I need to do in that. So
not red water.
No, not red water. But there is at Eau Rouge, of course.
Yes, of course.
So I think that even enhances the flavour in this piece of just the history that surrounds this whole place.
And quite a demanding circuit as well. Just to think that it's quite long. I know it has changed. I know the purists are going to say to me, going to take umbrage with what I'm about to say, but it hasn't changed that fundamentally since it's 1923. There is quite a few, and I guess you could say that, but it's still pretty well the same sort of shape.
You go past the pits, and obviously the Dunlop curves are different, but then there's quite a long section before you get to the first chicane that's the same. And obviously all the very, very fast running from Mulsanne Corner down into Indianapolis, then of course to Arnage, and then that run till you get to the Porsche curves, that's all the same.
Yeah, I think the scenery, the topography has changed quite a lot in terms of those iconic photographs or even footage of going through the S's after the Dunlop Bridge. It was we've got used to say the Marshall or whatever it was, or whatever sponsors we got used to.
And the thing that I thought was so iconic, and it's an overused word, I know, but the trees as you come out of Tête Rouge, I said Tête Rouge this time, painted white. They don't do that much. They did it quite recently. So yes, it's just bathed in history, a great place to have a historic event like this, and it is still very French, isn't it? Which the Le Mans 24 Hours now has become more international. When I first coming here, it was like a bit of a glorified French club race with a lot of sort of Frenchy type rules, if you know what I mean, and couldn't quite work out the reasoning for some of them.
Yes, it's very much an international event now. Exactly. Look, people on the banks, bathing in the sunshine, just sitting back, waiting for our final race of the day to start. It is due to have started a little while ago. I'm not quite sure what the delay is. We do have mention of a car stopped for a technical failure out on the track, but I'm not sure if that relates to this grid, because I don't think this grid have been around to here already. They haven't. No, they will have come out of the assembly area onto here, won't they? So I'm surprised that would have. So it probably isn't that. Probably just an old message. But I do feel actually for the drivers here, we talked about this theatrical Le Mans style start where they run across the track to the cars. But they've been out there for quite a little while now in their overalls on the edge of the track. It looks like we're ready for activity. The lights are on the safety car at the back, which suggests that we're imminent activity. Indeed, the 3-minute boards go up and evacuate the grid. Evacuation de la grille. Clear the grid. So we skipped the 5-minute board. We didn't see that one at all. We've gone straight to the 3-minute board. So we are nearly ready for our final race of Le Mans Classic 2022. Plateau 3, Grid 3, Race 3. It's all the threes.
And it should be an absolute cracker, and we should have another British victory here, as we've had some great results by British drivers. We haven't seen all the final scores on the doors, have we, because of the complexity of the way it works, and I'm sure that will all be on the website and on this Le Mans Classic website.
I'm going to throw something in here, and Ollie Bryant's it's a good friend. I've watched him since he started racing when he really was a nipper. I hope you won't mind me saying that, and a huge supporter of him. But I know there's a question mark over that gearbox of that Lotus. He's going to have to nurse that car, no fault of his own, and he's anybody capable of more than he is. But I think a very strong contender in this race is still the number 16 car, third on the grid, the 250 short wheelbase GT bred van of Halusa and Ames. I think that's got a very good chance of supporting the British win party, shall we say.
Well, it's going to be great fun finding out, that's for sure.
And that's what we're here for. This is why we do it, isn't it, Andrew? It's the excitement, the drama, the tension of the race. Just look at that. There's a long camera shot from the Ford chicane looking down the straight here at Le Mans. Our commentary box is up on the right-hand side there, so we can see ourselves. Stick your hand out the window and wave, Andrew. I didn't mean it really. But what a great shot there, and what a way to build up to the finale, the final race of this Le Mans Classic of 2022. We've waited 4 years for this.
Little question. Why has the guy got the bonnet up on that Elite?
Elite because he's going to let it cool down. He's got no need to rush to it. It's the last car on the grid.
Is he going to slam it down, do you think?
What? It's not going to drive around with it open,
no,
is he?
No, of course it isn't.
We never know. No, you never know.
Never know.
Maybe the mechanics have done it as a joke to say, see if he spots it.
Yeah.
So that was a fantastic shot. Track central spine down there on the right-hand side against the pit wall. All these cars lined up. The drivers now, some of them taking the pose position ready to... They're in quite literally in the starting blocks.
Yeah.
Driver of the Elite at the end, which... was that Pierre Fillon be in that car?
Was that the one he was going to be in? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. It's certainly not David Clark in that car.
No. There was 2 Elites, I thought.
Yes, I don't know if it was that one.
I think it's the other one. I think it's the other one there.
So I think basically it's on your marks, get set, and I won't spoil it for anybody now.
Once Mike Hawthorne started to run before they dropped the flag, and Sterling Moss shouted something very rude at him. I know that.
Sterling Moss at all. So the tricolour is waved. The drivers run across the track. Some amble, doing what we now call the Jackie Eakes. They get into the cars.
I think the Tajiro is going to be way quick. Oh, Healy gets a good jump. No, MGA gets a good jump.
James Alexander, the DB4 GT, he gets a good run. He's up to third already, as it were. This was a real start. Great. So the bread fan hasn't got moving yet.
No, but he didn't start last time, did he? Until nearly everybody else, when he thought he saw it was safe.
Interesting. I think it's one. Now, is that the? Please tell me that's not Lotus of Ollie Bryant, but that car, one car has moved, got going, and then tucked in behind the bread fan, pulled up against the pit wall again, reparked itself, which suggests it may have an issue. Some cars.
No, Ollie was in front of the bread van, wasn't he?
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
No, I think that's the Wood. That's the James Wood Lotus.
Now,
he's gone. Do you know? I think he's just not wanting to damage the famous bodywork. I really do.
And a very valuable bodywork.
Yes, because that's what he did last time, and he knows there's an elite in Team Elite colours.
Is that the one that had the bonnet up? It's the right.
Yeah, I think it is.
The 78 Lotus is the one that got going and then stopped again.
That wasn't the James Wood one then.
Just trying to find it on our. There's so many Lotuses.
Well,
I've got a 77. I've got a 78.
I haven't got a 78 either.
I've got a 77 and a 79. No, I haven't. It is definitely there. No, I can see it very clear. It is 78 on the side of it. So, answers on the postcard to the commentary box, please.
It's definitely not on the list, but we've had to have a bit of that.
It's not in the race at the moment either, by the look of it. It's been pushed into the pit lane, so it's going to be turned around. It is actually going to retire, so as it were, already. So that we don't even know which car that was, so it's out already. So a little bit of bragging rights there for Tom Alexander's son, James. His first race in his dad's DB4 GT. He's just done the theatrical start and popped him to third, just for the fun of it. It doesn't count for anything.
Here's the bread van coming through.
Social media shot though.
You see,
loose hit of the bread van coming through. Oh, a Lister. Is that one of the? Is that a Lister with the?
Is that the door?
The door wide open. Yeah. Yes. Luca Lucer did well down. Now he's driving it down all the rough.
Yes, so got all
picking up all the bits.
Yeah, but there's gravel and grit there.
Don't want to be doing that.
That's not a good idea.
Well, it's only coming out of Tete Rouge, so he's got plenty of time to clean that off. But I'm not sure. If he's actually got, he'll get back up to pace, but I'm not sure that's actually probably the best thing to take that car down the government. And you sit there, he didn't take the start, we think, because he doesn't want to damage that bodywork, and then drives it over gravel.
Yeah. So the heat's still shimmering here, look, and interesting to see the D-type with the Tajiro behind it, which was the car to try and out D-type the D-type, if you know what I mean. And one year, as I said, Kurekos ran a D-type and this car.
Where's Ollie Bryant?
Ollie Bryant and the Lotus 15, where is he?
Because it should be Cottingham or Girardo, whoever's starting the Tajiro, and it should have the Lotus 15 of Ollie Bryant alongside it. Now, I appreciate they haven't sorted out an order yet, but is that him coming through? No? Yes, it is. Yeah, there's Ollie Bryant, his famous Union Jack helmet. So he's a bit further down. He's waiting for the order. That's not a problem.
He's going to work his way through as well in the run down to the Porsche.
Yeah, I was just making sure we hadn't lost him straight away, which would be...
No, because we know that gearbox is a bit iffy. A D-type way back there, the number 74. Who's in that one? Somebody I don't know. Pierre-Antoine de Salancy. That's XKD 570. So it's a 55 car.
So we've just watching the field coming through. Obviously, we've got to have a bit of a shake-up of the order now because, as we've explained a couple of times, this is our last race of the day, last race of the event, race 3 of Grid 3, Plateau 3.
Is that the David Clark Elite, that blue one with the red stripes?
very possibly. I'll have a look at it a minute. I thought it was a white one, but I'll come back to that. It's a 51, I think it is. That was just going through the screen there. But this is where they start to back up now again. And our camera shot at the moment is just showing us, holding us on the one of the Mulsanne chicanes. I think it's the first one. We just mentioned there was a complete change of order. We've got the Tajira at the front, and the Aston Martin DB4 GT of Alexander's father and son gets to it's third on the road at the moment on this lap, so we've got to get this all sorted out. Quick replay here, Andrew, of the running start. Drivers race across, and just get a chance here to see exactly what happens. Who gets into the Tajero, gets away, pulls the door to. It's the MG8 that gets a great start, as does the D-Type.
I'll tell you something. The red van started. It moved and stopped.
Right, maybe it just thought Lent didn't want to restart.
Yeah, I think that's
definitely
jerked
Andrew,
forward.
thank you.
And I noticed near the back, but watch out for this in this race, number 59, the Chevy-powered Lister Nobly of Alan Rueda from Switzerland. I said before, I've seen him very successfully race in Daytona with some big, I think it's Chevy, big old Chevy Corvette or something like that.
Interesting view again from the other end of the grid of the driver's
That's
start.
the car I'm talking about, the 14 there.
Yeah, that shoots out, gets a good run. One of the Listers, Costin's going out there, Healy's getting going. Meanwhile,
there's two Listers together. It was the blue one with the sort of more American style paint scheme on it. Alan Rueda. I think he's definitely a bloke to watch coming through the field, but we'll see. There's the bread van. See any puffs of smoke or anything out of exhaust. So maybe when it didn't start immediately, maybe decided, well, I'll wait till everybody goes.
Yeah, but I'm not particularly familiar with those, but and so it's always careful to speculate. But it's a complicated sewing machine of a V12 engine.
Yeah.
It's got those 6 downdraft Webers on that, I would have thought. And I think it's probably an engine that's very easy to flood and overfueled, and you don't want to be doing that. We saw one of the GT40s earlier when it spun off at Arnage and rejoined, and how it hadn't burnt the fuel off, and it wasn't a spitter flame. It was flames licking at the back that would quite easily melt the rear deck on that car, being fiberglass. So when you've got a multi-million-pound Ferrari that doesn't want to start because it's probably got a bit too much fuel in it, you probably just let it sort itself out and maybe just crank it over a bit without flooding it any further. I'm sure Lucas knows exactly what he's doing, and if we get to talk to him after, just say, he'll tell me something totally different, like, no, I forgot to turn the ignition on.
Yes.
It'll be something really silly, won't it? And yeah, I've probably gone and overdone it, but...
In the background, the Union, God Save the Queen is playing.
Indeed.
Presumably Union Jack is waving, because they must be still doing another ceremony there.
So I'm just seeing, so Luca Alusa is bringing that car back into the correct place now. So yes, we've got the Tajiro and the Lotus and the Ferrari in the right order, just going out of shot on camera there. So they are in the correct order. And of course we've got Macari, Joe Macari in the D-Type in 4th place. Overlooked, it was like with Newey with him. It's not Adrian Newey, I guess that's son
Harrison.
Harrison, yeah. I think it's Harrison.
Named after George Harrison.
Well, there you go. So that's effectively our front row, and that tends to be where all the excitement comes from, these rolling starts. I have seen third row come through a little bit. That's the case. That's going to be Laumann and Gay, Lotus 15 again, and 250 GT Berlinetta from 1960. So it's an all-British manufacturer front row, Tajiro Lotus. We then have a Ferrari on the second row, effectively. Of course, it's a rolling start, so that changes really very quickly with a Jaguar alongside. Lotus, Ferrari again on row 3. Row 4 gives us an Aston Martin DB4 GT and a Lotus 15. And then we take quite a lot of British cars until we get to the Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase in 13th place. Quite a few Ferraris out in this. It's nice to have that. 250 short wheelbase bread van, a couple more further down. Another one in 17th. Maya and Franklin again. couple of, a bit further down the field, 28th and 29th, sharing a row together. Alfa Romeo Giulietta SZs, both from 1962. They've only got the one Porsche, I think, which is the 356 in 26 of Stevens and Stevens. You can see our second page of our timing screen to see if there's any others on that. Let's have a quick look at my entry list. I don't think we've got more than the... No, we have got listed on my entry list, but I can't see what the time screen. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 Porsches.
Where have they all gone? That is the question.
Exactly what I was just thinking about as to where they've gone, because they're not in the top. Our time machine goes down to 32nd place. We've got one Porsche in there.
Just saw the Chevy Corvette from 1960 going through Gilles Rouveau-Allon from France. It's a really old Corvette in the American racing colours though. Two elites going through together. So the race being paced by the BMW in the box there, and if you're watching our pictures, various trophies being held, some of the
that's
son of
Plateau 2 being presented.
Yeah, son of there.
This is the shortest year gap era, if you like. This is the 1957 to 61, just 4 years.
Yeah.
But even in those 4 years, you can see what it was like in those days of competition here.
I wonder if they'll adjust it for next time. So they'll slightly
Watch this space.
Yes. But as we've said a few times, well, we're thinking about coming out to France and enjoying just the massive event that is the Le Mans Classic, run by Peter Auto together with the AC de l'Ouest. Huge group of marshals here, organisational teams, looking after all sorts of things from the car clubs to the stands to the actual race organisation itself.
Logistically, it's just amazing, isn't it?
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
And I have to say, it's also all been efficient. We've parked up out of circuit because they're not letting modern cars into the circuit. To try and keep the historical flavour rather similar to Goodwood, and with the shuttle buses have all worked on time, no matter what time of day or night we've had to do it. It's hats off. It's been absolutely brilliant to ACO Peter Auto. That said, our pace car is coming into view for the last time this weekend, Andrew. And I think it's only appropriate that Andrew Marriott, you were around in this period, not racing here, I know, but I think it's only appropriate that you take the start
Thank you very much,
this final grid of the Le Mans Classic 2022.
What the Tagiro Jaguar does. We've got the bread van tucked up behind it as they're just coming through the final left-hand turn now, and the last race of this packed weekend is about to start. Watch for Ollie Bryant coming through, and off they go for 43 minutes of racing here around the hallowed track that is Le Mans, and it is indeed the Tagiro which goes into the lead. Ollie Bryant slots into second place. Big battle for third there.
Macari gets up to third place in the D-type, and though that's changed again already, did get up the inside, but Halusa got the Daytona, sorry, the bread van, the Daytona, got a modern Ferrari there. The bread van back through again. And
there
he's
going
now
for the
challenging Ollie Bryant. Indeed, I think he's got the job done. No, he's on the wrong side of the track. Ollie Bryant positioned the Lotus perfectly there. A little bit of a sluggish start for Ollie Bryant there. Probably a bit kind of like gearbox and gear change linkage. The Tagiro Jaguar of is it James Cottingham in that car to start with?
I think so. Very nearly dropped it.
What, he certainly had a twitch there, and that's just put Ollie Bryant right in touch with it. Blue flag's been waved already to the race leader, which I'm a little bit surprised at on the first lap and first real sort of marshal's post there. Now, the Lotus isn't going to have a standard chance against Cottingham's Tagiro on this part of the circuit, but he just needs to tuck in behind, get a tow. That does also now mean we've also got one of the TZ Alphas off. Is it 75? It is off in the gravel. Yeah. That's at the first corner into gravel. That was going to cause at least a yellow flag at that part of the Yeah, first turn. But what I was just trying to say was that what Ollie Bryant needs to do there in that nimble little Lotus 15 is stay in touch with the Tejero. The Tejero's going to have the Bolzon now, with its 2 chicanes, works perfectly for both of these cars in the wrong way.
The Tejero's got 3.8 litres. The Lotus got 1500 climax engine in there.
Yeah, the stopping capacity of an oil tanker though.
Yeah.
So it can't slow down for the chicanes enough. And it wears the brakes out.
Yeah. Ollie's got the 2-litre engine in that. They often ran for 1500. It is a 2-litre climax motor in there, and the D-type right there as well, isn't it? With Macari at the wheel. He's sliding that Tejero all over the show, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at how much he's doing that at this stage of the race. It's quite high ambient temperature out there. You don't want to overheat those tyres. Now the Alfa Romeo being pulled out of the way, so that isn't going to affect our leaders. What happened? I think just got on the power and lost it on the left-hand part of the Dunlop. He did.
Yeah, he did.
Unfortunately, just dropped it into the gravel and then couldn't get it out. It's beached itself and got it floor pan caught. That's out of the way and done. That won't affect our leaders at all. So it's Cottingham, Bryant and Macari, we believe, is in the second place. Oh, Ollie Bryant running deep at Arnage. A very uncustomary mistake from Ollie Bryant there. Just ran a little bit deep. That's put the Macari D-type right in touch with the Lotus 15 in front, and in fact I think the D-type's going to have a little run around the outside. He's going to be quite brave to do it. Ollie Bryant will soon measure that off and shut that door, although I don't think he's going to get that much opportunity. It's going to be side by side. He is in the right, literally the right hand side of the track. You've got to be careful of the crown and the banking there, as Stewie Hall told us a little bit earlier yesterday when it came towards the Group C race, and you forget about the contours of this place as well. It may not have the gradients of places like Spa, but there's a lot of contour change on the track which can catch you out.
Again, the Tejero sliding around, and the Brad Van dropped to 5th place, and that's James Wood is in 4th now. There's James. Oh, look at that. Looks great, doesn't it? I mean, so I like it. Like,
I do. I've always had a slight sense of the ridiculous since I was a child. I like the fact it's different.
Yeah, I like that. I admire it. And I've known about it for a long time. It's great to see it racing right up here at the front. Now, just wondering if my man in the list of Jaguar with the Chevy engine from Switzerland has made any progress. It's showing yet on the top 32. Just have a little look at the timing screen here.
Now the gaps we've got a little bit of time. That's the 07 car. That's the René Bonnet
Jet.
D-Jet,
which became the Jet, which became the Matra Jet. We followed one out of the circuit last night, or at some stage we did.
Now
good battle here, though.
Look, Van's got up a place. I think it is.
Yeah, it's got past.
4th.
Yeah.
Which hasn't pleased the Lotus behind it of Laumann and Wood, but I think the Ferrari. Oh, beautiful tail slide coming out of the chicane there for the Brad Van Ferrari. Gaps opening out a little bit at the front there, just crossed the line. 2 seconds from 1st to 2nd, and 4.7 seconds to 3rd place. Luca Halusa, another 8 seconds to live. I think that's going to change now, but pit window will open in just under 10 minutes time, so just got to get your head down and get on with this now, because they'll get to think of back markers and lapping people before very long. Some of the speed differentials in these cars, it's not that representative the first lap. It's a 4:46 for James Cottingham, I think it is, that's in there. If it is Max Gerardo, then our apologies, but 4:46. The point being that it's a standing start, well, it's a rolling start for all of them, and it's still 2 seconds quicker than Ollie Bryant.
And my man that I pointed out in the Lister is making good progress up the field. Alan Rueda, he's got a lot of work to do, I think, from right at the back of the pack. Morgan's Jaguar D-types, and is that? I think that is my man in the Lister, threading his way through. I mean, they haven't got a chance of getting it, have they? There it goes.
basically straight up the inside, diving down the inside to the pit wall, and using the superior power of that lister. Of course, it's yin and yang though, because it's got the straight line speed, it's got the grunt and the not quite the acceleration, but it's got the higher speed. But then, of course, it can't stop it as easy. It's going to be using up a lot more brake material and effort to stop it.
I mean, it's going to zap past the sort of TVRs and MGBs and Austin Heures of this world, and then it's going to come up against some faster people, isn't it?
Well, down the inside of one of the TVRs, straight away, one of the TVR Grand Tourers. He's now going to have, it's come to sight, it's going to have a couple of Healey's and a Morgan, or is it an MGB, I think, just going out of sight there to catch up.
Sort of very American list to that one, with the American-style paintwork and a Chevy engine. It's a very nice Ferrari, isn't it?
Is there any other type of Ferrari other than a very nice one?
Yes, but I also like the unusual colour scheme on it.
Silver with well, I was going to say it's kind of Belgian, but
I think it's Belgian.
The yellow roundels on it, but a yellow stripe, but laterally across the windscreen scuttle from side to side rather than centrally down the back. In the background, right behind that, in fact, this is going to be a battle for 6th place. It is indeed. It's the 250 Berlinetta of Gay with James Alexander right behind in the ice cream van.
Scuderia Francorchamps or Giro Francorchamps.
Giro Francorchamps, hence the yellow. Yellow being the Belgian racing colour. So we've got our first visit to the pits, which is obviously way ahead of pit winner. So an issue for the 08 Morgan. Not a 2008 Morgan, that's the car number 8 Morgan.
Yeah, that's Kevin Kiflocken.
Okay, great racer.
Yeah, he's a UK racer, isn't he?
Wolfgang Friedrichs with the other DB4 GT from 1968, 1 GRE in 10th position. Beautiful camera shot that, and I like that car, and it's navy blue, just different colour scheme again, rather than the forever sort of Aston Racing Green California Sage.
Here's a question.
Top 10 though for him still.
You could get in that car and drive back to Britain, and it couldn't you?
Yes, I mean it's tuned for race work now, but yes, you could. It wouldn't be very economical.
No.
It's got a long-range fuel tank, being a GT, because the boot is full of fuel. The DB4 GT being a shortened version of the DB4. It's got no rear seat, so it's a couple of inches shorter. But strong performance for that car at the moment in the top 10. So Aston's in 7th and 10th at the moment. 2 Ferraris side by side, so it is still, you did say it's going to be a bit of a British day at the moment, and it still is. Giro, Lotus, Jaguar and Lotus in the top 4. A brace of Ferraris in 5th and 6th, the Bread van of Halusa and the Berlinetta of Gay. And then we go back to particularly British cars right through until outside the top 10. And then it's 13th before we have Dumoulin and Thibault in their 250 GT short wheelbase. Cars crossing the line again, just getting a gap. 5.5 seconds is the race lead now from Cottingham Gerardo to the Bryant family Lotus.
So we've got a Chijiro in the lead, and I've just found out something I didn't know. He was half Portuguese and half British, and he was actually born in Estoril. John Chijiro, great engineer, and built this car to take on the D-types, and James Cottingham really wringing its neck. And I think Ollie Bryant is very mindful of the gearbox, and we had that discussion with Ollie, if you remember, about or one of the other drivers that came in, did they take in their head where they were over the 3? It was Ollie, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
Were they sort of thinking long term about the 3 races added together? And yes, they were. And Ollie knows it's got quite a bit of margin, I think, over, beat the other 2 in the previous 2 races. He's probably got it worked out.
I'm sure he has, and they say mindful of that. I think he said gear linkage issue. Was it gear?
Right, it said it was just difficult getting into gear. I was a bit worried about it.
So that could be either anything. It could be the linkage that's balking, or it could be the fact that it won't select the gears. So just got to take it easy and just, as he said, just stroke it home. Just be nice and gentle with it, and it'll pay dividends. But there's no point in battling it out for trying to get the lead and breaking it when second place will get you the result. It's all an aggregate. So pit window will open in just over 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. Now, one of the battles a little bit further back down there, we've got the Aston Martin DB4 GT of Wolfgang Friedrichs now coming under a little bit of pressure from the Dumoulin and Thibault number 41 250 GT short wheelbase. They in turn have got a gaggle of cars behind them, so this is going to potentially get very, very busy as we're approaching almost 30 minutes to go in this race, just over 31 at the moment.
Just seeing in there a very early Lister Nobly, Anthony Schrauven from Belgium, who we haven't given a mention to before, but he's having a good run. So in 15th place.
Fastest lap of the race set by our race leader James Cottingham of 4-minute 42.341, and 4:42 is not hanging around in a car of this vintage in this heat.
No.
So Wolfgang Friedrich's got this line of cars behind him, but he doesn't need to want to race all those. The problem with him is he doesn't want the Ferrari right behind him to come through, and therefore he's got to keep an eye on his mirrors there, not letting that through, and the rest to follow, because then they've got a Lister Nobly, a Lister 15 Cooper Monaco, TVR Grand Tourer, and then another 250 short wheelbase sandwich in the back of that. So there's basically a Ferrari sandwich right behind him.
So what's the gap now? It's open right up to 8.9 seconds, with Macari in third place, another 4 seconds back, 3.5 seconds back, and then the Wood Lotus 15, and then the Bread Van, and then that very nice 250 GT Berlinetta of Gay, the number 40 car.
So Wolfgang Friedrichs holding off for a moment. I think the Lister has now got through. If I'm correct, that's going to be the Hugenholtz, Hans Hugenholtz, the number 53 Lister Jaguar Costin from 1959, if that's car 14.
Yeah.
It is indeed. That's now got past not just the 250 short wheelbase Ferrari, but also of Wolfgang Friedrich's Aston Martin as well now, which is kind of what it needed to happen, because it should be a quicker car. At 5:10 it's done that. What's Wolfgang's fastest race pace so far is a 5:25. That compares to young James Alexander in a similar DB4 GT built by the same place playing Emporium, Aston Engineering up in Derby in England, and on his debut so far he's done a 5:04.4. He did a 5:02 in quali, so there's a little bit more to come out of it, but it'll have a lot more fuel on board. First of our pit visitors, and that's 40 seconds early actually, whether he'll get in across the line. Now, when does it count? When you come in across the line, I guess, doesn't it? But
I think so.
That, to me, is cutting it a little bit fine. Now, who's under pressure from...
James Wood, it is.
Yeah. In
the Lotus 15, under pressure from Lucas Halusa, and two cars from very different countries and very different concepts, really.
It's the third position. Fourth, my apologies.
And my man, Alain Rueda, in that Lister Nobly that started at the back of the field, has worked his way up to 24th.
Red Van's got the job done.
Oh, yeah, he does, yes, he did.
Just started that lap. He's managed to squeeze through. Would you believe, of all the places you wouldn't have thought he could get past that car, was actually through one of the most technical slow parts. Big lumbering Ferrari by comparison to the Lotus in front of it, but just got on the power and used the gas and got past him. Job done.
There's a car in the pits, which we think maybe went in there early, don't we?
It did. That was one I just saw coming, just coming in. They are doing a driver change, but I thought that was in.
That's
slightly. I'm talking 10-15 seconds early. That's
doing a driver change. Hervé Sarrazin, the second driver, is listed for that. Side by, not quite side by side again, but James Wood having a think about this pulling out of the slipstream look. But they can't get that done. Can't get that done from there. And Cottingham pulled out 13 seconds out at the front of the field. And my pick for a good finish, Alain Rueda, up almost into the top 20 now.
So we don't know who the driver change was on the number 5. Is that a Lotus? We said it?
Yeah, it is, but no,
because there's no second driver listed.
No,
but there's a definite driver change, different overalls, lid, and everything. So most definitely a driver change. All right, do not deceive us.
Lotus 15 back in front.
I was just going to say that's been a change, but just about the Lotus 15.
Yeah, Justin who went to the pits and he managed to get by him, of course. With that gap opening up to 14 seconds, I just wonder how much Ollie has got in hand from the backlog of the 2 previous races.
Well, only he'll know that. So pit window is now open.
Yeah, well, the team will know, but you know, we don't know how much he's struggling.
Well, exactly. And how much he's having to manage that car.
I remember that car retiring before with gearbox trouble. So long to go.
They put good the first time. So, did well to do, nearly 3 odd hours of driving.
Yeah,
competition driving. Those cars, it's a lot for them.
Okay. Johnny Hugenholtz has done every one of these 10 events here at the Le Mans Classic. He's in 10th place in his Nobly. And John Hugenholtz also raced in the main event here, I think 5 or 6 times. And I was talking to John on Friday, and of course his father, I was talking to Hans on Friday, his father, John, I thought was the designer of the Zandvoort circuit. I know he designed a lot of other circuits like Suzuka, but Hans pulled me up on it. He said, no, my father didn't design that circuit. He was the managing director for many years at Zandvoort, but he didn't actually design that one, but he designed 5 or 6 other major circuits. This battle is terrific, isn't it? What a great battle for 3rd place here. And did you see James Wood really taking to the inside there and having to go past this Lotus Elite, and they both go past it together, and James Wood just hanging on for the bread van, and then coming up behind. Is it another Lotus 15 or is it Lotus 11? Not quite sure, but they're coming up to lap it anyway.
You opined at the Le Mans Theatre start, shall we call it, that Luca Alusa didn't take the Ferrari to look after that bodywork. Well, are you sure about that, Andrew?
Well, I know.
He's just gone. He's tried to squeeze that between the Lotus and a back marker, and there wasn't an awful lot of room to square. There was nothing wrong, but. No, coming into the pits is Lotus 15.
They're both coming into the pit together. So,
very wise move there from Wood. Is it James Wood, you said? Yeah, put his hand up there just to let Luca Alusa know that he is going to pit. He's coming into one of the advantages of an open-top car. You can signal very clearly out of it and not just suddenly slow down in front and get rear-ended, which doesn't end anybody's race properly. So this is the 4th and 5th places into the pits now. So we've got 2, 3, 4 and 5 into the pits now. So Cottingham, Girardo have stayed out for now. The Ferrari has overtaken the Lotus in the pits, as in it's got past it. It's got to its slot.
Lotus definitely not changing its driver. No sign either of the bread van changing driver, is there?
No.
A lovely plastic shield over the inlet trumpets of the carburetors, always like that. There's James Wood just checking tyre pressures. The thumbs up.
So James Wood staying in that car, which is not Loudman's not getting into it, if that's the right way round. We got on our drivers in the first place, more to the point, whoever started that car is staying within it, as is Nicola Lusa, so he's not handing over to Alex Ames this time.
Now, James is a ambassador for Hagerty Insurance, and Hagerty are also, of course, moving into event management these days. And another ambassador, because motorcycle side, is Steve Parrish.
The Lotus is on the move. The Ferrari is just going at the same time. The Ferrari's got out of ahead, so I did say they passed it in the pit stop. And they managed to get that job done. So they've got a certain amount of time stationary. Not quite sure what the day was. James Wood there having the driver's mirror adjusted on the Lotus. So I didn't think that would actually pan out. It was just a comment to say he'd passed it in the pits, but then the Lotus will come back out again. Didn't quite win, so there has been a change of position for these two cars, 55 and 1:16 in the pit. So the Lotus 15 has now got to get its trotters down and try and catch up with that Ferrari. Yeah, and I would imagine that Luca Alusa will not make that Ferrari very narrow, shall we say?
No, I think you'll find that that battle will recommence actually with this pair.
Well, he's not quite in touch with it yet. Some 21 minutes to go yet, and this is my slight concern for the Lotuses here, for James Wood, that if he can't get in touch with the Ferrari bread van in front, he won't be able to do anything. We've got to do that within half a lap now. Then, of course, this is going to put... So at the moment, officially on track, we've got James Alexander is in second position. He's yet to pit. I know it's slightly misleading, but he's actually running second position at the moment. James Cottingwood is two Jameses at the top. James Cottingwood is that's leading at the moment. He'll hand over to Max Girardo, we believe. Fastest lap of the race is James Cottingham, our race leader, car number 20, with a 4:42.341.
Diamond shape for the
round.
The round.
That's what we call them, the round, the number back, or the back plate of the competition number, not a number plate.
Yeah. Oh no! Big accident for the bread van.
Big off for the bread van. That's that's sort of the bodywork on.
Oh, Lucas is okay. He's climbing out. Okay. That looks very, very expensive.
And that is at he's jumped to there's a level of fitness. He jumped out of the chicane there. So on a charge there, that the Ferrari, the bread van, it looks like he's just clipped the tyre walls at the end.
It does, doesn't it?
At the end of the chicane. So presumably lost.
You're going to see it. Look. Oh, we just saw the end of it.
It's gone up in the air, really quite high. So, most important thing is that we see Luca Halusa is out of that car, and to the point he skipped over the barriers, literally climbed over the tyres, jumped out of the way, didn't even walk around. He's perfectly okay, unharmed, but unfortunately, not the same can be said for that delicious, exquisite Ferrari bread fan that's looking decidedly second-hand now. Now, the problem we're going to get here in terms of a race is, of course, that the tyre barriers are now quite badly damaged. They're going to have to be repaired.
Lead car coming in.
James Cottingham coming into the pits now.
See if he changes drivers. I think we won't see that bread van for quite a while. That's going to take a lot of work to repair it.
James Cottingham actually trying to overtake an elite in the pits, who is sitting alongside. He's done the right thing, actually, because he's got a very early pit box. That's what he's done. It's actually pit box 1, so that's what he's done. I thought it was odd. Look, he pulled up right-hand side. Yes, he's done the belt and hopping out. So James Cottingham is going to hand over to Max Girardo.
Cottingham with the crash helmet, which is resembles the Woody Cowsum Porsche 917 psychedelic colours.
Yeah, I did wonder what he was doing coming into the pits there, go to the right-hand side, that elite, but actually he was completely professional and correct within the rules. Of what he did was he just moved to the right-hand side but stayed slightly behind it, so he didn't overtake, didn't break any rules, because he got the first pit box there as the Lotus was going on down there. So actually very smart. Harvey Stanley there, helping these guys, always involved, talking to James Cottingham, getting a quick debrief.
Yeah, they both work together, don't they?
Yeah, very successfully.
Yeah, obviously David Cottingham set up the very successful DK engineering business.
Struggle getting that Tajiro into gear by the look of it. The engine's running because it's belching out black smoke from the exhaust, but trouble getting it in gear, so just had to push it a little bit just to roll the gears, let the car actually select, because they're straight cut gearboxes and they've got no synchro, so if it won't go in, the car needs moving and turning all the gears over a little bit, so they've got that in. Well, got it sorted. So the Tajiro Jaguar is out now, with James Cottingham's done a stunning first stint. Max Girardo takes that car over. It's got the fastest lap of the race so far, but of course we've now got double yellows at turn 11 and a yellow flag zone at zone 10 because of the incident involving Luca Halusa, who's he's perfectly okay. That's the most important thing, but not the same can be said of the glorious Ferrari bread van that I think we won't see that out for a year or so now.
Hate to see that. Well, young man Alexander could actually lead this race because he's leaving his pit stop late when nearly everybody else has come in. Hugenholt's not in yet in his Lister.
And more to the point is we've got 4 minutes 30 left on this pit stop, and we were talking about this earlier about strategy, weren't we, Andrew? That young James Alexander, I think, has gone quicker than his dad in this car. He's been racing it for many years.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of youth, isn't it?
Yes.
So he's got that. What they might do is leave him in a little bit longer, because it is currently second. Could they pull a surprise on the last race of the day and get that DB4 GT up to on the podium? That would be quite amazing. On your debut, age 20.
Yeah, I think they could. I mean, the fact that...
So do I. I'm just slightly scared to say it.
The fact that in a DB4 GT, he is leading somebody like Hugenholtz in the list of Jaguar costing, it's amazing, isn't it?
Well, there it is right now on track. So on track, physically on the track, obviously on the slow zone approaching the bread van incident. We've got James Alexander in the car still, I believe. And right behind him is erstwhile race winner and of this whole plateau, hopefully, is Ollie Bryant.
We haven't mentioned the second D-type in this, which is the one driven by Steve Brooks. Now, very confusingly, there's two Steve Brookses that race. One of them is a pseudonym, and one of them is not a pseudonym. And I think this is the French one, and I'm not sure if he's the one with the pseudonym or not.
So we could kind of say Stefan Brooks, but we probably
could do, yeah.
But just to differentiate between the two. But Steve Brooks it is.
And there is Hugenholtz.
Hans Hugenholtz taking out the number 53 Lister Costin.
So all these cars sticking to the slow zone speed limit. And how long is left? Is this going to hurt Alexander because he hasn't made his stop? Are we going to see a repeat of that situation before?
Well, no, he's got time yet, because it's got...
how long we got? 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah,
what he can't afford to do is take another lap doing this, because this car's lapping at just over 5 minutes. So he's got to pit on this lap, and it is James Alexander, and that I can confirm that. I know he doesn't say so on the pit stop, but it hasn't come in. It's the only car that hasn't, actually. So yes, he does need to pit there. The Ferrari has been pulled out of the way from the trackside there.
Yeah.
Just looking at the time marks there, it looks like it's lost it. It's a left-hander, and it's lost it. Looked like it spat round to the right, and the damage was on that side. It's hit the barriers very hard. We did get to see a tiny bit of the replay there at the end of it, and it's quite high in the air, that Ferrari, so it's a big incident. So the point of highlighting that is that I'm really glad Luca Halusa is out of that car and not just got out of it, jumped out of it and hopped off over the barriers. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of conversation about that afterwards, though.
I noticed that Matt Girardo is driving this car in a pretty similar way to James Cottingham, sliding it all around the place.
It's obviously the way to drive it.
Must be, isn't it? So the number plate RSF 301, and of course the Kyrikos Jaguar raced with its famous RSF 302, 2 consecutive number plates.
Now, interesting, I'm just watching our timing screen here, and the pit window close time has remained static for a little while. It's been flashing at 4 minutes 30 for quite some time. So we had that in one of our plateaus yesterday, did we not, Andrew? Where it's and now we've just lost all power and timing screens in one go.
Yes, we're no timing screens now, but we do have the standings running along the bottom of the picture, so that will help us. And I think we're going to Alcamel, who do the timing, I think just rebooting it quickly. And here it is.
That has updated, and Zach said pit window's closed. So that means that James Alexander has not got the DB4 in time.
So he'll lose a lap. Oh no! Well, that's. I wonder if he was asked to come in and didn't do so, done a bit of a Frank Beeler, or
were you right that exactly the same happened as earlier? Just got caught out with the slow zone.
Yeah. So the lead is 30 seconds shown over Alexander, but there he is. Great looking car.
Left-hand drive as well, that Aston, quite...
With a UK number plate.
Yes, it's a UK registered car. It's just a left-hand drive version. I mean, Tom Alexander's owned that car, I would say, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 20 years. A long time. It's Tom is very famous for A, buying nice cars and then never selling them.
Well, fair enough, I say.
Absolutely.
The one little mystery we haven't unravelled with this is the 65 in third place, Joe Macari, whether Harrison Newey has actually got in the car or not.
No, we didn't see that. And also on that reboot, that the DB4 GT of James Alexander has dropped now to 4th, whereas it was 2nd, despite not having even pitted yet. So I'm not quite sure how that's come out.
No.
I guess that's something that happened during that reboot, where we were saying that the pit window was stuck at 4 minutes 30. So here's the DB4 GT coming out to the Forge Chicane now, or going back to go into it. It can't. It should go into the pits. It should, but coming to our site. There's still another car coming into the pits in front of us as well that may not necessarily be within the window. Might be another reason, but
may have a problem, of course.
Of course.
So we've just seen the 65 car. Try and do a bit of helmet recognition.
So there's the cream DB4 GT into the pits, the ice cream van, as it's known amongst its crew. Tom Alexander there, just getting into it. Nathan Harrison, the mechanic, helping on that car. James hopping out.
Dad will
change his seat. We'll see, certainly buffering and sighting. So that car, so Tom Alexander into it. But I think the car's due a penalty, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame because it's in 4th anyway now.
Didn't quite get good enough look at the crash helmet of the 65, but I have a feeling I saw a Red Bull on there, which would kind of indicate Adrian Newey, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So
Harrison Newey.
Harrison Newey, yeah. Adrian Newey has, of course, raced at Le Mans.
I think he'll be quite busy at Silverstone at the moment.
Yeah.
No comment, don't say anything.
Don't know what time the race starts.
Don't know, don't care.
That's a nice number plate, isn't it? On David Clark's car, 9 lap.
Yeah, so it was a white one he's in, so that's the car that David Clark and Pierre Fillon driving with, say, 9 lap on the number plate, but also powered by synthetic fuel supplied by Aramco.
Said on the side of that car, Curate Shirley. I have no idea what that is. But it looked like a period team. So the Tajero is in the lead by the best part of half a minute from Ollie Bryant. We don't know how this is going to reflect in the overall result over the 3 races. Then we have the D-type of Macari and possibly Harry Newey. And then we've got the Lotus 15, which we think has still got James Wood at the wheel. And then we've got the 250 GT Berlinetta Ferrari of Vincent Gay, and behind that the Steve Brooks in the D-type, and then the Alexander car is now shown in 7th place, but we think it's going to get a 1-lap penalty. And then we've got Austin Healey next, the famous name driving it.
Well, you say it's still the English cars at the top there, the top 4, but it's a Ferrari in 5th place, not the one we expected. What a great sad sight.
2 listers together here, look.
Yeah.
And
one of the side of the 2 listers is coming out to Tete Rouge onto the Mulsanne. Costin from 1959, and the Nobly from 1958.
And you can see the difference.
Yeah.
Same colour scheme, but you see the difference. Lister built in Cambridge in period. And when I just alluded to the famous driver in the Austin Healey, it's Jeremy Welsh. And Welsh is, of course, Dennis Welsh. His late dad, before him, did great things in Austin Healey's and great preparation. All right round that D-type, just like that.
Yeah, I think John Chatham and Dennis Welsh probably the leading exponents of Healey's throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, really. Yeah. And thoroughbred sports cars, all that kind of stuff. And they built up a great business there that Jeremy was running anyway with his dad alongside. He was at Uttoxeter in Staffordshire. probably one of the places to go to for Heures. But also Jeremy Welch is now an engineer and is taking it on and does other stuff, E-type gearboxes, you name it, and very much and preparer as well.
Just to say, my man Alan Rueda, I know I've been banging on about him a bit. Starting last, has now got up to about 15th place, but he's the fastest guy on track. So he's just on 6:00, and the next fastest guy is like 6:11 at the moment, which is the Wood versus 15. So I think he'll probably snatch. I don't think he's going to get into the top 10. I don't think there's enough time left. Actually, it's basically 2 more laps.
Yeah, just look at there's a 6-second time penalty being added after the race to car number 2, which is the GT5B class Porsche 956. But just before that, I did manage to do a screenshot very quickly, which I'll just read out to see. In fact, I'll just interrogate it if you just bear with me.
Yeah,
Andrew,
of course.
whilst I find out which cars we're going to under investigation for pit stop infringements. Right, 2 was the first one. Then there was 5. I can't see, that must be on the second screen. There it is. That's the Lotus 17 of Sarrazin and Sarrazin. That's going to get a penalty as well. 36. And of course, 51 is mentioned. That's the Aston Martin we've talked about. The Alexander, James and Tom, father and son, all the way around, Tom and James. And car number 53, which is the Lister Jaguar Costin of Hugenholtz, Hans Hugenholtz, who's in 8th. So 7th and 8th at the moment are cars 51 and 53, the Aston Martin DB4 GT and the Lister Jaguar Costin, both currently under investigation for pit stop window under investigation. Now, we know that one of those cars, sadly, the number 51 Aston Martin, no way was in the pits anywhere near its time.
Yeah, tremendous battle incidentally going on for 5th place between Lawson Gay and Steve Brooks. It's the British-based one that I think I've also seen racing in a Lola T70. Here they are, look straight on screen now. Very different sorts of cars. The Ferrari, as we said, looking great in the Belgian colour scheme, and then the D-Type chasing him. And they are battling over 5th rather.
Now 53 has got a 9-second penalty added after the race. That's the Lister Costin car, which is currently only 1.4 seconds ahead of the DB4 GT of Alexander, which itself is also under investigation. So that puts it slightly ahead of that at the moment.
Number 35 infringement, look. That is the...
9 seconds for 35 and 53.
Well, that's a Healy.
Yeah, 35 was the Healy, 53 is the Costin we've just mentioned. So still no mention of what the penalty is that's been applied to the number 51 Aston Martin, because that's actually put that back slightly in contention. I just want to say it's out of the top 10 there. They were looking at a podium with this, almost.
They were,
podium.
Yes, but he's had tremendous experience this weekend, this lad.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
spot on.
He can build on that.
Andrew,
can build on that. It will increase his confidence, and he's driving the car beautifully, just overtaking that Morgan.
He can hold his head high. What he's done.
Big responsibility.
He's done nothing wrong. Done absolutely nothing wrong. Faultless. So
I said to his father though this morning.
5 and 51, 1 lap penalty.
Well, what we expected. What we expected. But I said to his father yesterday.
He's going to take it way outside the top 10, sadly.
If he gets too good, he'll want to go Formula 3 racing or something. It's going to cost you a fortune. Father, of course, very much involved with the founding of Virgin Media, Virgin Mobiles, I should say. There's the 14 car. That's one we haven't really given a mention to, isn't it? Trowen. So, yeah, it's not somebody I've encountered before in his lister. Lots of nice listers here. very early car.
We're going to be coming up to a last lap pretty soon, actually, Andrew, because we're just of 2 minutes left on the clock just coming up. We're literally counting down to 2 minutes 5 now as we speak. So we're going to be in that position soon. Where's the Cottingham Girardeau, Max Girardeau driven now? James Cottingham started that car, the Tejero Jaguar, car number 20.
Just at a 4:49.
We haven't got a tracker, unfortunately, to be able to see where that car is on the track currently.
Well, there is a page with that in, but we haven't got enough screens
to be able to do that, exactly.
And well, I should have put some money on my Swiss man, Raider, shouldn't I? Because he's going to finish in the top 10.
You certainly shouldn't have put the money on what I suggested.
No, absolutely.
That's ended up being a very expensive bet.
Yeah, this guy then that's running in 14th place, and there is the lead car heading towards the back.
That lap, I think it's going through the S's up towards Tête Rouge, I think.
Yep. Anthony Strauwen, a guy from Switzerland, and very early list, I think second or third chassis they ever built. Well, this car in the Acura Cost colours, the Tejero, driven by the, designed by, we got the Helion, designed by a man I found out today was half Portuguese, and shame for that right at the end. 28 car, obviously some problem. The blister in the boot looking good, an unusual colour scheme really, but at the front 30 seconds the Cottingham car, Cottingham Girardeau car, Bryant car. We know Graham father has not driven that, so it's been Ollie all the way. And then we're not quite sure with the Macari Newey one if Macari has driven it. Obviously engine problems with the 28 car we're now seeing in the pits. And just if you're looking at pictures, you don't have to wear a race suit in the pits. It appears that you can wear quite small shorts.
So our race leader, the Tejero Jaguar, James Cottingham, Max Girardeau at the wheel of that big opposite lock, enjoying that. You said from the outset that car that James Cottingham threw the car around from the opening lap. He commented on, well, was that almost that wise? He obviously knew what he was doing. James Cottingham handed the car over to Max Girardeau. He jumped in it and did exactly the same thing from the outset, straight away.
That's what Jim Clark used to do in it.
Well, there you go then. It's in the genes, quite literally, in that car. That's what it's used to. Carry on, it's doing a great job, isn't it?
Yep. And of course, half a minute over the nearest Lotus 15 of Bryant, and then the Macari D-Type, and then the second James Wood Lotus 15, and then the Vincent Gay Ferrari 250 GT, and then the Steve Brooks D-Type, and then Hugenholtz in the Lister Jag, and then Schwarwin in another Lister Jag, and then the Alexanders is shown in ninth, but it's not because of the penalty.
The lap, doesn't it?
And then it's my man Alan Rueda, I think, who will come home about ninth. Another car to pass there.
Max Girardeau taking no risks, just diving down the inside of a back marker there, just sitting behind. I said not diving down the inside of a back marker, just waiting, coming out of Interlacing. And he gets on the gas, but he takes no risks. To come past it though, he just kicks the tail out, sets it the right way, uses the power to put the car at the right angle, down through.
And this time we didn't hang the tail out through there. Heading towards the checker.
Disappointing.
No. Disappointed there also for the number 10, which is at the...
The Cooper Bobtails?
The Cooper Monaco, that is.
Monaco. Okay.
Alan Albert Straminski, car that should really be right up at the front, but obviously doesn't have the driving skill, I suppose. Not everybody can have. So, look at this. Oh, and the 24 has spun or done something. So it's
Lotus again, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the Blancpain Janssens car that we haven't mentioned, but
Blancpain. I wonder if that's any relation to the
no, it's not spelled no C in it, so I think,
okay.
Yeah. The watch people.
I've read what I wanted to read.
Yeah.
So
here we are then.
Exactly.
Last race of this long 2 days, fabulous 2 days, super competitive 2 days, and a super competitive drive here by the Cottingham Girardeau Lister. Tojiro, sorry, getting a bit too excited at the end here. In the Heures Cost colours, we've seen Heures Cost cars win here in the past at Le Mans, and we see Heures Cost win again, and this time he did slide the tail out to take the checkered flag, and a stupendous end there. There's James Cottingham giving us the thumbs up, and Max Gerardo doing a super job, and so, take a breath, and the end of some fabulous racing for this year at the Le Mans Classic. It will be discussed for many months to come. Obviously, we will have to thumb through the final results a little later. And here is Ollie Bryant coming then in the family. Lotus 15, 2-litre power, nursing the gearbox. And I'm not sure if he's done quite enough to hold on to the overall win over the 3 races. And he crosses the line quite slowly, gives the thumbs up to the pit, and we'll be pleased the cars come home, and I no doubt that gearbox will get rebuilt in the future. Coming home in 3rd place, here is, see what I mean about the crash helmet? A bit difficult to tell if it is Harrison Newey, but a beautiful shape of a D-type. You see, I think that's maybe a Red Bull. Makes me think it's Harrison.
That's my thoughts exactly. Yes, I don't want to go and state too much, but yeah, I thought exactly the same.
And you know Joe Macari well. Trying to find out. Oh, they were saying it again. Look, just have a look, Snow. What do you think?
Yes, definitely got Red Bull.
Yeah, so we're pretty sure that's Harrison Newey, and then the James Wood Lotus 15 will come home in 4th place ahead of Steve Brooks, Vincent Gay, Hugenholt Schraumann, and Rueda. So, and I think the Lotus 11 of Kriknoff will come home 10th. Well, fantastic. I mean, enjoyed all the races. Enjoyed the different periods, but that is one of my favourite groups. Just before my time, really, because those race in period. Well, I saw them race, but the one it was a few years after their best, you know. But quite a rare win.
What a way to finish the 2022 edition of the Le Mans Classic. And you said that we talked about it for months. Normally this is talked about for 2 years. Well, of course it doesn't have to this time. We've only got to wait 1 year. So this time next year we'll be back here doing exactly the same in one form, shape or the other. The same runners, riders, teams and players will be out there with these glorious cars. Let's hope the weather is exactly the same in 12 months from now, and it has been. The gods have smiled upon us, both this edition and the main 24-hour. Well,
that was a run to the line, of course. I think for position, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was. Steve Brooks just holding off Vincent Gay, and they had a great battle all through the race.
Punch in the air in celebration and jubilation of that.
Well, I suppose we ought to say a big thank you to everyone that's worked on this show over the last 2 days. Terrific job by all concerned. The French production crew here, the cameramen, all worked hard. And of course, let's go back to the UK. Thank Tim Gray and his production team. And of course, we mustn't forget the management, John Hindhoff and Eve Hewitt, who were there right behind us, keeping us all on the straight and narrow most of the time, and giving us so much help and the opportunity to work at this fantastic event. Your thoughts now? You hadn't been here before. I hadn't been here before. Always wanted to come. I've been here before, but not to this event.
Same, yep.
And
where'd you start, Andrew?
Where'd you start?
We started yesterday with a series that I was very lucky enough to have raced in Group C cars.
Yeah.
And it was almost like, was that going to be a spoiler?
Yeah.
Was it too much to begin? Well, no, it wasn't. It was an extraordinary race. And then we go right through the grids. And just look at what we did yesterday of all those different plateaus. There's been some extraordinary racing. There's been a few tears along the way. There's been mechanical failures. I have to say, nothing major particularly has happened.
This is an extraordinary thing. We have had, we think, almost 1,100 drivers racing around this great track. You had
for 24 hours,
650 odd cars. We've seen some quite big shunts. As far as I know, there's been no injuries at all. maybe a bit of bruising. Some people went into the wall
Probably
hard.
egos.
And some bruised egos for sure. But, you know, that is incredible, actually. I mean, I don't think there is a bigger race meeting in the world with so many cars, so many drivers, and frankly, so much action. Terrific stuff. The marshals there, they've worked so hard, haven't they?
They certainly have. Well, you say the odds of, as you say, just look at them, do a bit of number crunching. You say the amount of miles covered, the amount of cars out on grids.
And let's just have the highlights under this final race here. These two terrific days. Us basking in the sun here at Le Mans. What could be better than that? And right at the start, the Tajiro Jaguar from 1959. James Cottingham at the wheel. Second generation racer. His father David was a good peddler, you know. And off they go. And James went into the lead that he was never to give up. We were expecting that Ollie Bryant would be battling with him. Ollie, we know, nursing a dodgy gearbox in this race. And so he wasn't able to hold up. In the early stages, we had the unique bread van. Ferrari right in the mix. And you see there, great shot of Lucas Halusa really fighting with the West. Unusual, it does look like a van. I could just as well call it post office van. It is red after all. So that continued for a while, and James Wood was in a great battle with him in the Lotus 15, the second of the Lotus 15s. There they accelerate out of the slowest corner on the track. Lotus Elites slightly in the way. They both went past the Elite together. That was a great shot. And then heading through the countryside. Pit stop then for the Pizzarini-like Ferrari bread van, post office van. The famous helmet, Union Jack helmet of Ollie Bryant. So much accessories at Goodwood and elsewhere, of course. But the number 20 car then had Max Girardo at the wheel. It went just as fast as it had done before. Meanwhile, Steve Brooks and Vincent Gay battle entertained us greatly. Ferrari versus D-Type, sports racing car versus GT. And then, of course, we had the big shunt, didn't we, which I suspect we'll see in just a moment. But no, this was a great battle between these two for fifth place. And I had to negotiate all kinds of traffic. The Ferrari led, the D-Type led, the Ferrari led again, the D-Type led again. And then, I think, is this coming towards the flag now? We didn't see the action, sliding the car around, as it had done all through the race, as Jimmy Clark had done in the past, took the checkered flag to bring the racing here at Le Mans to a fabulous conclusion. Yes, some cameramen there. Toasting their hard work, and they well deserve it.
Yes. A light refreshment in terms of a glass of Le Mans Classic liveried water.
Fastest lap going to, I think, Cottingham, and
yes, it did a 4:42.341.
Yeah.
So James Cottingham, Max Grado first, second place Ollie Bryant and Graham Bryant. I think, of course, Ollie drove the car. Joe Macari and Harrison Newey in third position. And our screen's just gone around very quickly, so I'll just go there. So in fourth position was the Lauman Wood Lotus 15, the Jaguar D-Type and Steve Brooks in... Sorry, yes, Wood drove the car. And Steve Brooks finished fifth in the Jaguar D-Type. The Gay Ferrari of 250 GT Berlinetta was in sixth position. Lister Noblis, it was seventh and eighth of Schraun and Hugenholtz. Ninth was, in fact, three Lister Noblis together there. The Ruder car in ninth position there. That's a Chevrolet engine one, as you mentioned, that does happen. And rounding out the top 10 was the Lotus 11 of Kriknoff from 1956. Cottingham, it was that got the fastest lap of 4:42.341.
And in 26th place was the Prince of Denmark. Couldn't make it up. So as we said, terrific stuff here. We'll be winding down now, heading off back to the UK with lots of thoughts, lots of memories. As I said, we both haven't been here before, so we've learned a lot as well about how you found out the information here. Every meeting works a bit differently, and hopefully we'll be back again. And another Heures car there, you see. I think that Dad was driving that.
No, that's where it was classified 53rd because the 16 car, because obviously it was a non-finisher.
Yeah.
But that's the amount of laps it's dropped, so it
there are various non-starters. I'll tell you what, the graphics operator has been working really hard here. So much to type out. So there we are. The sun will set here at Le Mans. I think I love the format. I like the idea of the tiers, if you want to call them that, platforms, plateaus. But I also love the way that we had the earlier races, and we didn't see the Jaguar and Porsche races, but they were both good actually. But also a highlight, of course, was the Group C event, was terrific, and the Legends race had the biggest field of those sort of cars I think we've ever seen. And obviously there were some disappointments of people blowing up, and we particularly think of that fabulous Peugeot that stopped with David Hart. But otherwise, an absolutely wonderful day. I've very much enjoyed working with you, Snowy.
And vice versa.
And also a big thanks to all our crew. I mentioned them before, but thanks everyone. Back in London, terrific job for Banter Married. Goodbye for now.